Yeah, so I'll be back in just about 2 minutes. Just give me a second. Alright, welcome everybody to Champions on the Rise Lv.MAX, the first paid entry prize pool 2-win tournament for our Offstage Malaysian server here, and Pokémon VGC doubles format, best of 3. Today we're gonna start this particular set for you guys. And hello, my name is Lv.MAX. I am your main host and organizer of this tournament. We do have some commentators as well. Later we'll be hosting for you guys. Hopefully you guys can have a good time, because today's set is a 5-round Swiss bracket tournament, which means every person will play 5 matches. The one player who wins the most matches will obviously win the tournament, right? And today's prizes will be available for top 2 players, as our player count isn't really above 20. If it ever goes above 20, we can raise that to top 4. But for now, it is not the case. Give me a second. I will now proceed to TO a bit. Alright, so let me just brief everybody in the chat. Alright guys, are you guys ready? We are about to begin, but let me know if Kizuna wants to join or not. Is Kizuna joining? How is Kiz? Right, so everybody here, quick briefing to you guys. We've made a room, but we can only fit 4 pairs at a time. So for that one, right, only go into the shared room when we designate you to. So for example, once the tournament truly begins, all the pairings are gonna be set. Then we'll let the I'll just tag the 4 sets that I want to be in this room. Only 1 will be shown on stream, but only 4 can be in this room. So everybody else who has their own pairs that are not called in will have to make their own rooms with their opponent lah, right? We're giving it like about 5 to 10 minutes left, because we got one sudden last minute who wants to join. This is the first place winner of MBL Malaysia, and we're gonna get to have him be quote the big raid boss for everybody to try and beat. Again, not to say that this is for fun or whatever. He's just suddenly like, hey, let me join, I want to join, and that's a good thing. So for now, for you guys, if you guys have any questions, can literally open up your voices to tell me right now. Alright guys, any questions? Before we begin, we'll officially start at 4:40 due to participants joining last minute. Any questions guys? Alright, Ken. For Kizuna just joined at his. Alright, everybody here, no questions. Basically Swiss rounds, every time we'll just play, you get 1 pair, and total you can play about 5 sets. Remember, our first person to get 2 wins will win. Swap your team sheets before every match starts. If anybody no issues, I will leave this channel, and anything else can just tag me in the chat text channel, yeah? Alright, thanks guys. All right, guys, we're gonna start. Let me open up the floor to you guys on stream as well, so you can speak. Okay, you guys are free to chat.
Wait, are we live?
Alamak, Kizuna, faster lah, bruh.
Look, this was very last minute. We literally almost kidnapped him into this.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, all check-ins should be done lah.
Alright.
Oh, Kizuna's pocket paste has been added.
Yay.
Okay, I'll just end the check-ins first because most cases everybody is already
Kizuna's
done.
pocket paste.
The thing is, one person just never replied, so he got booted, but he also never really paid, so it's cool.
Oh, no. Okay, that'll be fine. Then we have 14 people. That's
Yeah, so the room server, the room code I put already. Sunny, you hop in also. Later who pairs up, you guys can just tag.
Oh wait, so we hold on now. We watch from our own Switch, correct?
My recommendation is you guys watch from your own Switch for the less delay between me to you lah, right?
Okay. Then I would need to ask my wife to stop playing Pokopia.
Or to be fair, if you want me to display, I can display also. I'm just saying, like, if you want, because if I display now, your text is all flipped, and then you can't read properly. Then also funny lah.
It's okay. I'll just take the Switch over. Oh, okay, give me one moment.
Can. All right, for everybody who is joining here, we are starting in just a bit. Check-ins are done. We can start the tournament. Here.
I would like to point out that Kizuna is still trying to obtain the Steelix site.
Yeah, he has a ton of VP lah. It's fine lah.
Apparently, you have to do the tutorial.
Oh my god. Okay, that guy.
Alright, but we have our... Oh my goodness! Our matches are going live, and it appears
Fuck, I'm playing
that in
Kizuna
our
first
round we have Oscar versus Kizuna.
So, okay, I'll let Jamie vote here who he wants to put on stream.
Ooh, me alone? Okay, so that looks like there's a lot of interesting teams here, but it's our Malaysian Master Ball League champion, right? We have to show him off on stream first.
Okay, can.
So we will see Solo Snivy Oscar versus Kizuna Wei Hang on stream in round 1. And for those who are just joining the stream, this event will be best of 3 with open natures, as well as a Swiss-based format following MBL going into top cut, right? Oscar?
Yep. No, we don't have a top cut today.
Oh,
it's
okay.
literally
So we'll
just
have...
who wins by playing, like, winning the most. It's really simple.
Alright.
The top 2 players will get a cash prize today. So because our player count doesn't go past 20, if we go past 20, we don't mind paying 4 people, but it only 2 people today because we only have like 14 players.
All right, that's still quite decent, and Wei Hang will have quite the advantage considering that he did go unbeaten in Swiss at MBL.
Alright, so for anybody who is first time playing, let me just tell you guys. Basically, in Discord right now, everybody find their pairs. I can show it to you right now on our stream here. Our first pairs, I don't know, Jamie, you can also see, I put it on the You can see there's a bracket tab right above our commentary.
Yep, I've seen the bracket.
So you can see, you can just like tell people who is playing what and where and stuff.
Alright. Hold on, let me get back to the brackets.
Yes, I am back, and also, yes, I do see the bracket as well, and I am also in the room. And
Alright.
if JB, you want to look at my screen is there for you. Yes.
Alright, it's no problem. I have my own switch right now.
Alright, so you can
But,
see
okay.
these are the current sets here. It's pretty funny, I won't deny it.
Yep, so first we'll have Jiha Asmi facing Zeruku. I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Yes, Zeruk.
And in round 1, followed by Rakdoslor versus Forb, and Kiss VGC versus Solo Snivy, which is Oscar here, facing off against our Malaysia MBL winner of 2026. Then next we'll have Shami versus Vaniel, who also finished top 10 at MBL qualifying for Worlds. Great Gold Might versus Shin Kazama. Junpei versus Azuranzala, and finally Fitri versus Son of Aceh. We'll have 7 rounds in Swiss round 1, and our stream match will be Kiss versus Solo Snivy.
Alright. I haven't joined the room yet.
Ah, come on.
Wait,
This is
hold
not
on.
done also.
Wait, so who Ken-chan is another account, right?
Yes,
Okay, sure.
this is just a
He's
host account.
smurfing.
What do you mean? This is
He's
actually
smurfing.
my friend's account, but we're sharing. I'm funding the entire gang's starter packs.
Understandable.
So right now we'll be waiting for players to get ready, hopping into their rooms, etc. before we get started. I do notice a lot of players here are in Master Ball League, which means we'll have a lot of good players competing today. 7 rounds. How many rounds of Swiss will we have today?
5.
5 rounds of Swiss. Alright.
Okay, so right now is Kizuna, right? Let me put in the stream first. Okay, I'll be muting myself. You guys hold the thing. I can also. Now, if you guys want to reference anything on stream, is just go to the stream lah. Most cases, you guys just take notes of game what stuff.
Gotcha.
No worries. So, Solo Snivy seems like he is already on the slot on the right hand side, so probably just waiting for Kids.
Yep.
So
So
Kids is also going to court 1 as well, so probably gonna starting real soon.
yep. So before we do get started with the match, Sunny, do you want to talk about the teams that these 2 players have before we get into team preview?
Well, I guess we could talk about his team where, because he's like, hey, I want to try something new. And you know what just happened like last weekend? We had like the first regionals in America, so it's probably just gonna try something from there.
Right.
And
Police regionals. It's a very interesting team.
yes, and Solo Snivy is bringing his Tyranitar, Sneasler, Hydreigon, Oranguru, Sinistcha, and Tinkaton, which seems very room focused.
It does, and with the Tyranitar, right? It's a Mega Pokemon, and it's going to be doing a lot of damage. However, setting up the sand for the opposing Mega Steelix is not the best thing to have. Neither is setting up Trick Room for it. I do believe that Kiss might have the advantage in terms of the teams here.
Yeah, because like if you don't set up Trick Room, then Kiss can just have Tyranitar, Dragon Dance, and do stuff. But if he does have the Trick Room, the Solo Snivy has got to get rid of the Steelix in time, because Mega Steelix is really slow.
It's really slow, and with Sand Force, it hits really hard as well. And we will be going into this match right now with Kiss and Solo Snivy. Solo Snivy will be sending out Sneasler and Tinkaton, which is a Pokemon you don't see that often in Regulation MA.
Yes, and Kiss is gonna be leading with Rotom and Tyranitar.
Right now, Sneasler outputting so much offensive pressure, especially against the Tyranitar. However, it can get burned by the Rotom, so it's going to be a very tricky spot for both these trainers in turn 1.
But do you notice something peculiar about the Tinkaton, Jamie?
Oh, what is it? What have you noticed about this?
It didn't trigger Mo Breaker, so it isn't Mo Breaker.
That's right. And looking at the team sheets, it's looking like this will be a own tempo Tinkaton, which I believe makes it immune to confusion.
And also, I think he doesn't get intimidated.
Oh, that's also very huge. But Kiss will not have any Pokemon with Intimidate on his team, just switching out into the Sinistcha, avoiding any close combats.
Wow, so a bunch of switching and not much damage dealt in the first turn, because
Right.
close combat into a ghost type, no damage, fake out into a Rotom, which is like not much as well.
A move just focused on repositioning for Kiss, and now he's in a prime position to get some status moves off, with Will-O-Wisp potentially going into either of these two physical attackers, which will just stifle their output so much.
Alternatively, we still don't know what Kiss has at the back as his 4th Pokemon, so he could potentially go for a Trick Room should he decide to do so.
Right, if he gets up Trick Room and goes for a switch on the Rotom Wash, maybe potentially getting in the Mega Steelix, that could be a very dire situation for Solo Snivy if he manages to pull it off.
But we do see a switch from Solo Snivy getting the Hydreigon in and a Dire Claw onto the Sinistcha with a critical hit, but no status triggered so far. No status triggered at all.
And that will be very vital for Sinistcha's survivability. And we'll see the Will-O-Wisp come out, affecting the Sneasler. Its damage is going to be hampered. And Burn Chip as well as Sandstorm Chip will not be negligible. Trick Room will go up as well.
Yeah, and that would make Solo Snivy's Hydreigon the slowest thing on the field because it has a Choice Scarf.
Yeah, it's not looking really good for Solo Snivy right now. In a very bad situation in terms of speed and damage output. Sneasler kind of a sitting duck here in front of a Sinistcha and a Rotom Wash.
Yes, but thankfully, despite being the slowest thing on the field, There isn't really much of Kiza's Pokemon that would threaten a one-hit knockout on the Hydreigon. So if the Hydreigon chooses to go for an attack, I think it's free to do something if it wants to.
That's right. Oh, and we do see a switch coming out into this Mega Steelix. And oh, the Sneasler will be going out into Oranguru. A Pokemon we also don't see that often, but just a light screen coming up to mitigate the damage from the Hydreigon.
Yes, and the Hydreigon is just gonna style for a special defense drop onto the Rotom Wash and Steelix, which is basically nothing because Steelix doesn't use any special attacks.
That's right, but now Mega Steelix is on the field and actually covering up the Oranguru on the other side. It's free to go for so much damage, but Oranguru can reverse Trick Room in this scenario.
Yes, it can. And also, there's only 2 turns of Sand left, so there is like 2 turns of damage that they could do, which is Sand Force boosted.
Right, but
And,
Tyranitar is in the back, so it can just come in at any moment. We have seen all 4 of Pokemon from both sides, and it looks like there'll be no Mega coming from Oscar's side.
Oh, you have a point there, Jamie. I guess he didn't want to bring his Tyranitar to fight against like a Steelix and give the opponent a Sandstorm boost.
Right, it just doesn't look very good in this scenario, and we will see the Hydreigon swap out, stuck into Snarl, which wasn't really going to affect both of these Pokemon much. The Mega Evolution does come out for Steelix, going to be able to output some massive damage right now.
I'm curious what does it go for. It's gonna go for the Heavy Slam onto the Oranguru.
Oh, and look how much damage that does into the Oranguru, taking it down to 14 HP. And the following Thunderbolt, can it get the KO? Oh, the Snarl drop was so crucial to ensuring its survival.
It is, but at the same time, Sneasler's burn, so like even its physical attack damage may not be, it may not hit as hard onto the Steelix, who, mind you, has 230 base defense. Nothing to scoff at.
It's a very bulky Pokemon, and with the burn, it's not going to be doing that much damage at all. But do you notice something? The Oranguru has Instruct, so it can potentially get off 2 close combats this turn.
You are correct, Jamie. Yeah, the signature move of the Oranguru, probably he could like just seize close combat, and then hopefully the Steelix will be brought down to less than 50%.
Hopefully, it's a very bulky mon, almost circumventing that burn. But we will see what these 2 trainers decide to lock into. We will see the Rotom switch out into the Sinistcha, recovering some HP with Hospitality. This Steelix, how would you KO this Pokemon if you were on Solo Snivy's side, Sunny?
It's tough because like I would prefer to. I don't know if because perhaps I would use something like Sinistcha, since Solo Snivy also has a Sinistcha. Perhaps Sinistcha could also like probably burn the Steelix a little bit, give him a bit of chip.
Right.
Yes, but it's true that I think most of Kiz's team is really good at supporting the Steelix and doing its thing. So you can't really ignore the partners as well.
Right.
Especially now that if the Sinistcha is in and the Sneasler tries to go for close combat, the Sinistcha can just go for Rage Powder to just redirect everything.
Right, and you can't even use Instruct anymore, as the Instruct will of course be redirected by Rage Powder as well. So this Steelix is free to go bananas on the opposing team right now.
Yes, sure. You're correct, Jamie. I think but the Oranguru just goes for a protect. I think just worried it's getting knocked out by the Steelix.
Right, keeping it safe for this turn, and the Rage Powder will be coming out for the Sinistcha. And the Dire Claw, will we get any status? And no.
No status and a high horsepower, just picks up the KO.
Right, and it's looking even more dire right now for Solo Snivy. Only has Hydreigon and Tinkaton in the back, both of which can struggle into this Steelix. Sorry.
Yeah, but
And-
of course Hydreigon has like good special attack output. The big issue is that light screen is still on. There's still one more turn of light screen left.
That's right, but it will end the following turn. So all Hydreigon has to do is get rid of the Sinistra, and it's free to go for Dark Pulses uninterrupted. But it also has Heat Wave, this Hydreigon, which can do a lot of damage to both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. But however, regardless of whether it's Heat Wave or Dark Pulse, it doesn't really fare well against the Tyranitar at the back because Tyranitar resists both attacks.
That's right, it's a very tricky situation for Solo Snivy right now. Has to get rid of so many bulky Pokemon in front of him. Can he find a way to break through? Or will this just be a clean sweep for Kiss?
We do see the protect from the Steelix, and the Heat Wave is going to connect onto the Sinistra, dealing not enough to pick up the KO. But do we see the Instruct? We do see the Instruct coming from the Oranguru onto the Hydreigon, asking the Hydreigon go for the Heat Wave one more time.
If it connects, does it connect?
Does it connect?
And it does!
Connect.
Sinistra will go down this turn. However, that does mean that Kiss has a free switch into a Pokemon in the back, which might be even worse for him in this situation.
But on the bright side, Trick Trick Room isn't up.
That's right. But
But
that
we
could
do have a Tyranitar, yeah.
we do have a Tyranitar with Dragon Dance, and both of these Pokemon on Solo Snivy's side can't really touch the Tyranitar at the moment.
Yeah, the Oranguru is just gonna be knocked out by the sand even if Kiss decides not to touch it at all.
Right, we can look at the moves that Oranguru and Hydreigon has. Hydreigon, of course, stuck into Heat Wave, and Oranguru doesn't even have a single move that can touch the Tyranitar. We will just see the White Guard coming out, and it's looking like a very dire situation for the Solo Snivy. Can't really do anything right now in front of these two Rock-type Pokemon. Dragon Dance comes out, going to be boosting the attack and speed of the Tyranitar, and the Instruct will not matter here.
Yes, Instruct doesn't matter because like it's gonna go for the Heat Wave one more time. This is
And-
tough.
Oh, it's looking like a very, very, very bad situation. Oranguru chipped even further. Hydreigon stuck into Heat Wave, which is blocked by White Guard. Tyranitar with a Dragon Dance boost. How can he make his way out of this sticky situation?
It's really, really, really tricky. I guess if Tinkaton comes in, maybe could help, but the Tinkaton doesn't have
We
much.
will see the Tinkaton come in. It's really the only option for Solo Snivy to prevent a turn that just goes wasted. Another White Guard from the Steelix, preventing Heat Wave from connecting and potentially getting a burn. And just another Dragon Dance. This Tyranitar is now +2 attack and +2 speed.
And the Oranguru is also knocked out.
Tragic day for Oranguru fans all over the world. Hydreigon forced to come back in, and with the Choice Scarf, it still should outspeed the Tyranitar in this scenario. I believe.
I think it depends on how both players build their the Tyranitar and also the Hydreigon respectively, because I do believe Wolfie's Wolfie's Tyranitar is probably a speedy type, so
Right.
it might be able to go first.
We do see that it is a jolly build as well on the Tyranitar, meaning its speed is boosted. So, just going for the protect, staying safe this turn.
Yeah, both Tyranitar and Sticks go for the protect, but it fails because you can't go for protect after you go for the White Guard.
That's right, and still clicking Heat Wave even in front of the Steelix. That is courageous, and the burn!
Oh, the burn! The crucial burn.
Oh, that is huge for Solo Snivy. That means that this Steelix's damage will be severely dampened, and now it's looking like there's a chance for Solo Snivy to get back in this game.
There is a chance, but I need to remember. Can Kiss click White Guard after he failed his protect?
I
If he
believe
can.
so. White Guard is a move that can just be spammed infinitely. And there we go. We do see the White Guard coming out once again. What does the Tinkaton go for? Oh, just a Rock Slide. How much damage will this do? So much damage to the Hydreigon. But importantly, we do see that Hydreigon will still outspeed the Tyranitar even after the +2 boost. And so much damage coming out from Rock Slide. Oh, sorry, Play Rough. As it's very feather Tinkaton.
Oh, this will be interesting. Because while the Tyranitar does threaten the knockout onto the Hydreigon, it doesn't pick up the KO onto the Tinkaton. But I do think that the game is at hand for Kiss, but he does have only a minute and 30 seconds left on his decision timer, so it's taking a lot of time to think, don't you think so?
He is taking a lot of time and it could potentially go down to timer. However, I believe that Kiss is only a few turns away from winning the match and he can just close this out quite comfortably in the upcoming turns.
And we do see Rock Slide coming from the Tyranitar,
Oh,
picks up the
Rock
KO onto the Hydreigon. Of course, Tinkaton survives, as we know. It was a crit hit knockout. And what is the Tinkaton gonna go for?
And
flinch!
it will not go for anything, just the flinch. One of the highlights of Regulation MA. The constant Rock Slide flinches affecting Solo Snivy in this match. And it will be a win in game 1 for Kiss.
Yes, he's our Master Ball League champion. Of course, showing that, changing teams, it's fine. I can still play with a different team, practice with it.
Right,
and still do
absolutely
well.
no problem. This team was just revealed to the world around a few days ago, and yet he's showing some mastery with the team already.
Yeah, so, I actually didn't expect the Tinkaton to do so much damage onto the Hydreigon. I do think that Solo Snivy could still keep the Tinkaton in. However,
Right.
I do think that he probably needs to burn the Steelix and the Tyranitar to some capacity so that their attacks will be crippled. So I do think like a Heatwave burn or a Matcha Gotcha burn is somewhat important for this matchup. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, burns will be very vital. However, Heatwave 10% chance of burning, Matcha Gotcha 20% chance of burning. If you're relying on that to be your win condition, you're kinda playing with fire there, pun fully intended. So he might have to find a way to not go for burns and go for a safer route to the victory. But it's looking really, really tricky for him. He can't even bring his Mega to this match, really.
Though I think that the Sinistra plus the Tinkaton does have some merit because if we saw just now in game 1, the playoff did a ton of damage to a Tyranitar. I think that move in combination with Matcha Gotcha could be really, really hurting on the Tyranitar especially. So then you only have one less threat to cover, which is of course the Steelix. And if
That's
you are
right.
able to gain the speed control and be faster than the Steelix, I think there is some hope,
Right, it isn't fully over for Solo Snivy. That's why we have these best of 3 sets, so that the players can learn and adjust for the next games. And it looks like we'll be heading into our next game right now. Master Ball
Solo
League champion
Snivy.
Kizuna versus Solo Snivy. And we do see the Sinistra.
Sinistra and Tyranitar from Solo Snivy's side, while Tyranitar and Rotom Wash from Kiz's side.
Right,
I think
and
most important thing to note is I think Jamie, you mentioned that Kiz's Tyranitar is Jolly nature because it's based off of Wolfie's team. So that would mean that Tyranitar is gonna go first.
yeah, that's right. It even has Dragon Dances. and can most importantly go for our favorite move in Regulation MA, the Rock Slide, and try to fish for flinches here.
Yes, of course, the opposing Tyranitar does have the low kick, which is probably gonna hurt a lot.
Oh yeah, not having the Choco Berry means that might very well just be a one-hit KO, but here we see the Mega Tyranitar come out for solo Snivy.
Will the speed in addition from the Mega help? But we do see Kiss protect his Tyranitar instead.
Right, if he brought the Steelix in the back, he might not want to commit the Mega onto the Tyranitar. We'll just see the Will-O-Wisp come out into the Protect. And the Trick Room comes out, now gaining speed control on Solo Snivy's side.
Interesting choice. Because I do think that the Tyranitar might still be slower. I think the Tyranitar after it Megas, it gains a bit of speed. So I do think that Solo Snivy's Tyranitar might still be fast, but the slowest thing on the field. Yeah.
Right, we'll have to see, based on how these trainers have trained their Pokemon, what outspeeds what in this crucial turn. If the Sinistcha can get a burn onto the opposing Tyranitar, that will be huge. But of course, there is always the threat of the Mega Steelix waiting in the back and potentially using the Trick Room against Solo Snivy. And it's just the Sinistcha coming out for Kiss.
And we do see the Matcha Gotcha comes up from the Sinistcha, just gonna do like quite a lot of damage onto the Rotom Wash.
Huge damage. Over half HP gone just from one move, and the Rock Slide coming out. Will this be enough? No, Rotom will survive. Will we see any flinches? Will-O-Wisp manages to come out. The ghost of Aaron Zhang not with us today. Tyranitar is going to be burned.
That burn is somewhat crucial.
Right, the Tyranitar now is not going to be doing much damage. Might not even be able to KO the Sinistcha on Kiss's side, even with a knockoff, potentially.
Though, here's the interesting situation right now. If I think Solo Snivy can't really go for the Matcha Gotcha.
Right, that activates the Citrus Berry, doesn't it, on the Sinistcha?
Yes, you're correct, Jamie. This is what I was suspecting, you know? Like, if he goes for a Matcha Gotcha and he brings the opposing Sinistcha to below 50%, then the Citrus Berry will trigger and Tyranitar's knockoff would deal less than 50%.
But we'll just see the Protect coming out from the Sinistcha, protecting itself for the turn. And the Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistcha on the opposing side finally will be taking down that Rotom who's been such a thorn in Solo Snivy's side this entire set.
Yeah, so now there is no light screens coming up from Kiss. So I would say that's a plus point, because that would mean that the Matcha Gotcha can deal a bit more damage, allows him to heal a little bit more health in the process, and more importantly, there's more burn chances.
That's true, and as well, if there's a Hydreigon in the back, it's now free to just start going for Dark Pulses, Dragon Pulses, or even Heat Waves, depending on the situation. And for the first time in this set, we see that Solo Snivy has taken the Pokemon advantage. It looks like this Mega Tyranitar has been such a boon for him in this matchup.
Yes, of course, we still do not know what Kiss has at the back as his fourth Pokemon, as we do see him use bring out his Tyranitar instead of the mysterious fourth Pokemon.
Right, we do see 2 more turns of Sandstorm, so it might be a decent time for Kiss to start setting up for Dragon Dances and potentially take the game when they get out of the Trick Room.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think you have a point there, Jamie, because like he could just like, if he goes for like a Dragon Dance and then the next turn he protects, then he becomes the fastest thing on the field, assuming there's no like unburden triggering from Sneasler or like a Scarf Hydreigon at the back, you know?
That's right, but most importantly, that does mean that the Sinistra on Solo Snivy side has the opportunity to go for a burn, but just going to be megaing that Tyranitar. That might be an indicator that Steelix is not the Pokemon in the bag.
Oh yes, and Matcha Gotcha is just gonna come out, gonna do decent amount of damage to both Solo Snivy's Tyranitar and his Sinistra, and of course healing a little bit of health.
Oh, that's a way more significant amount healing from the Sinistra. And a follow-up Matcha Gotcha that does significantly more damage onto the Tyranitar. Will it get a burn? On the Sinistra! Not the priority
just get the
here.
burn on the Sinistra, but the Tyranitar is just gonna stay there without any burn.
Right,
At
not
all,
the
at
priority. And the low kick comes out, taking out the Tyranitar in one hit. And it's tricky now. Who does Solo Snivy bring? Oh, that was the Tyranitar on Kiss's side going down actually. Sorry, the
Yes,
Tyranitar's
because the Kiss's Tyranitar has Dragon Dance in favor of low kick, whereas Solo Snivy running more of like a bulkier, slower Tyranitar just goes for low kick. I don't care if I'm burned, it's extremely effective, that the Tyranitar is going down.
That's right, my apologies, trainers. We were seeing a mirror match, but now Sneasler free to come onto the field and start threatening the close combats, but more importantly, there is a Sinistra in front of it, so it can't safely go for close combats without risking a redirection.
Yes, that's true. And I think at this point, the sand doesn't really help Kiss at all. I think at this point, if Solo Snivy were to switch his Tyranitar back in, it's only just to reset the sand for some chip damage.
Right, and now we'll just see Kiss take some careful measures protecting his Sinistra. And Tyranitar will protect as well. 3 out of 4 Pokemon going for protects. Will Sneasler go for it? No, just a close combat. Trying to call out that no Rage Powders will be coming out this turn. And well, it didn't, to be fair.
Yes, that's true. And now Trick Room has ended, so if you were to flip the speed tiers, Sneasler will be the fastest thing on the field, followed by Solo Snivy's Tyranitar, and then I think it's a toss-up on whose Sinistra is faster.
Right, we did see in Trick Room that Kiz's Sinistra did go first, so that might potentially indicate that it is the slower out of the two, and we'll see the Tyranitar switch out actually into the Tinkaton.
Okay, so that's just gonna get a neutral damage onto the close combat, but we do see the Rage Powder coming from Solo Snivy's Sinistra, and is this gonna redirect the Dire Claw? It is gonna redirect the Dire Claw.
Oh, that's a huge chunk of damage, but most importantly, no status effects. And oh, that might have been a speed tie from both of these Sinistras actually. Oh, and crucially, the burn onto the Tinkaton. Unbelievable.
Birds are coming up everywhere in this game.
Left, right, center, 3 Pokemon have been burned so far in this match, and it's very bad for Kiss for Solo Snivy right now. Both of his physical attackers are burned.
That is true. That is true. Solo Snivy still does have Fake Out Pressure, and his Sinistra is still relatively healthy. So I guess if he plays his cards right, I think he could still win by slowly chipping away his Kiss's remaining 2 Pokemon.
Right, and you see just how little damage that Fake Out will do after the burn, and Matcha Gotcha will now miss onto the Tinkaton. These 2 Sinistras are going back and forth with Matcha Gotchas burning and missing and burning and missing. And just the Trick Room coming out from Solo Snivy, regaining speed control.
Interesting play. I do think that the Sinistras are still the slowest things on the field. I think followed by Tinkaton, because Tinkaton has a decent speed, but Sneezes ultimately faster. So I guess they could go for a play rough or a Tinkaton Hammer onto the Sneasler slot.
Right, but most importantly, Sinistra also has Rage Powder, so can just redirect some moves away from Sneasler, but just going for protects. We might be here for a while, trainers.
Well, until the total time ends, we have 9 minutes of game time remaining. Matcha Gotcha coming up from cases. Sinistra just gonna do a little chip and heal a little bit of health for it. But we're just gonna see what the Tinkerton from Solo Snivy's side is going to do. Now that
It will be play rough into the protect. So just
Wow.
a turn that's kind of wasted from Solo Snivy's side. He still does have the advantage, but too many of these kinds of passive turns might just come back to bite him.
Yes. There are two things right now that I think comes into play. Firstly, we do have only 9 minutes of total time left, so in this sense, Solo Snivy has the upper hand because he has more Pokemon remaining. Secondly, I do think Kiss is taking a bit of time to do his decision because like he only has 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of like his own decision making time. So if he does run out of time for making the decisions, he does also lose the round.
That's right, but will he allow that to happen? Oh, we see the Sinistra swap out back into the Tyranitar, trying to maybe predict a Dire Claw going into that slot. Rage Powder on the opposing Sinistra's side. And what will we see from the Tinkerton? Just a play rough, and even while burned, still doing a sizable amount of chip with the critical hit.
And Dire Claw going into the Tyranitar, not very effective, tanking it well. No status triggered because the Tyranitar's already burned. But I do
Right,
think this situation is beneficial for Solo Snivy because right now he could chip Kiz's Pokemon slowly with the sand.
That's right, Sinistra already solo HP will be taking Sand Chip in addition to the Burn Chip, slowly whittling his health down. Even with Matcha Gotcha recovery, it will still probably go down in the next few turns with so much offensive pressure on the opposing side now, and that's why our MPL champion is just going for a protect.
And you do see Rock Slide coming up from the Tyranitar. Is it gonna land onto the Sneasel? It's gonna connect onto the Sneasel, doing really little damage because it was burned and it's not very effective.
Not very effective, and the protect coming in so clutch right now, keeping the Sinistra in the game, and the close combat will be picking up the KO onto the Tyranitar and activating the Unburden, which means Sneasler is even faster now.
Or in this case, even slower in Trick Room.
That's right, but we have to keep an eye out on how many Trick Room turns are left. That a lot of turns have already been burned, and so once they get out of Trick Room, Sneasler will be the fastest Pokemon on either side.
Yes, you're correct. We are correct there, Jamie. And I'm just curious, what is Solo Snivy's last Pokemon? Oh, we are not gonna see it yet because he is just gonna bring out the Sinistra and just let Tinkerton drink some matcha and heal a bit of health.
Right, slowly but surely trying to convert the win in the safest way he can, and it's looking like this will be a win for Solo Snivy. Unable to do much of anything against these two threats on the opposing side. A double protect would just KO the Sinistra at this moment.
Yes, and although Trick Room is expiring, since Sneasler is a Pokemon that does single target moves, it's gonna be hard for it to like gang up onto two opposing Pokemons.
That's right. It's gonna be so hard to break through. The Sinistra on the opposing side will be doing his best, of course, but will it be enough? And another opposing Matcha Gotcha. Will it get the burn on Sneasler?
And we are just gonna see it heal.
Drum roll, please.
And the Sneasler is
the
burned!
Sinistra on both sides getting two burns apiece, and the Playra finally taking down Kiz's Sinistra. And now this Sneasler facing an even tougher situation, now burned as well. The paralysis coming out. What a game this has been.
It's a game of status, it seems. We have, how many burns have we seen so far? We have seen like 3 burns.
A total of 4 burns.
3 burns on Kiz's Pokemon, 3 burns on Solo Snivy's Pokemon, and a paralysis from one of Solo Snivy Sinister, and we do see the forfeit coming up from Kiss. Solo Snivy slowly grinding it out and winning game 2.
Exactly, the most important thing you mentioned there, winning the game. So we will be going to a game 3 in this first round of Offstage. Road to Champions. And wow, what a commanding victory for Solo Snivy. Even though he got burned very early on in the game, he still managed to hold control over that game very well, starting from the lead, in fact.
Yeah, actually, I do think the Sinister, when he brought the Sinister this time, I think it really annoyed like Kiss a lot. I think we can both agree that the Sinister was really annoying, but somehow he was able to maintain the pressure. Solo Snivy, he's able to maintain the pressure while having Sinister back and forth healing away the burn damage and everything. I think that's very useful.
It felt like both Sinistras were facing the entire world, of course, but Solo Snivy's Sinistra manages to come out on top at the end of the game, managing to stifle any threats that's coming out of Kiss's side. Kiss has to adjust his game plan here, otherwise he will just get slowly throttled to death once again.
Yeah, that's true. I do think that if Kiss has to change his game plan, he needs to adjust for the Sinistra that Solo Snivy brought in game 2, because I think once that Sinistra is being taken out, Kiss would probably have a better time against the remaining Pokemon that Solo Snivy has.
That's right, and crucially, we didn't see the 4th Pokemon come out from Solo Snivy's side. It could have been any of the other 3 Pokemon, but that's a huge info disadvantage for Kiss in his decision making. We will just see Tinkaton plus the Sinistra, as you mentioned earlier, and the Steelix has returned.
Yes, and now we see the Steelix comes back, and we are gonna see if the Steelix is gonna Mega Evolve and go for like the Sand Force.
Right.
Sand Force boost on its Heavy Slam and High Horsepower, which is very likely gonna knock out the Tinkaton.
Right. This turn, the Tinkaton can just go for a fake out, and crucially, this Steelix being on the field kind of prevents Solo Snivy from going from the Trick Room, which was very vital for him in game 1. And the Steelix right now is in quite a decent position, able to do very huge damage to both of the opposing Pokemon.
More crucially, if the Steelix goes for a White Guard, it could block the Matcha Gotcha, but we're not going to see that happen because the Steelix is going to switch up for the Sinistra, and Tyranitar just goes for the Protect. I think just trying to avoid getting faked out damage.
Alright, the fake out goes into the Sinistra, not going to be affected at all, and the Matcha Gotcha as well. And ladies and gentlemen, does it always feel like you've been here before? Once again, Matcha Gotchas being spammed left, right, and center.
I have to commend Solo Snivy for being brave enough to press Matcha Gotcha in front of the Steelix that has a White Guard.
That's right. Being brave and it paying off, getting some chip onto the Sinistra, dropping its HP a bit, as you saw in that game 1. So vital for both of these sides to try to chip down the Sinistra and get rid of it before it starts to rack up those very important burns.
Yep, precisely. But what is the Tyranitar gonna do? Oh, we are not gonna see a Tyranitar do anything yet, because we do see Tyranitar coming up from the Sinistra slot of Solo Snivy and a Rage Powder coming from Kiss's Sinistra. So the Tyranitar is probably gonna set up for Dragon Dance? No, just gonna go for a knockoff.
Right, trying to get huge damage off into the opposing Sinistra, and crucially, Solo Snivy managing to call that, and a Gigaton Hammer. Look at how much damage it does when it's not burned. So much damage onto the Sinistra.
And that was a very good switch in by Solo Snivy, because since the knockoff did negligible damage onto the Tyranitar, considering that you can't knock off the Mega Stone.
That's right, and now it's a very tricky situation for Kiss's Sinistra to be in. Both of the opposing Pokemon probably will outspeed it and can do so much damage. It's looking
Yes.
very rough right now.
That is true, but I hope Solo Snivy doesn't go like laser focus and like tunnel vision onto the Sinistcha, because I worry that if he goes like tunnel vision onto Sinistcha, I think the Tyranitar could potentially set up for like a Dragon Dance sweep.
That's right, and a Protect will be very... Oh, just a switch out for the Tyranitar into the Rotom. And here's another Pokemon that can spread burns like nobody's business. We will see the Mega Evolution of the Tyranitar.
So now, what is the Tyranitar going to do? It's probably... Tinkaton and Tyranitar is probably going to be fast, but we do see a Sinistcha go for the Protect, just saving itself from a potential knockoff.
Play Rough does go into the Rotom, doing nearly half of its HP, and Rotom will be... Oh, sorry, Sinistcha will be protected from the knockoff. But, oh wow, Kiz has accumulated so much damage onto his own Pokemon right now. Meanwhile, on Solo Snivy's side, his HP bars are quite full right at the moment.
Yes, I do think the Tinkaton can threaten the Sinistcha with a Gigaton Hammer. However, Kiz has only one safe switch in from that in this scenario, because he can only bring in Steelix to tank the Gigaton Hammer. Should Solo Snivy goes for the Tinkaton Hammer on his Tinkaton.
Right, and he can predict that as well. And if you go for a low kick onto a Sinistcha, predicting a switch in, then you might just deserve the victory on the spot. If I'm being for real.
Oh yeah, I never thought about that, Jamie.
Sometimes when you're in such a commanding position, you can afford to take these risks, but just switching back out into the Sinistcha, and the switch out into the Steelix.
Oh wow, that is actually a good call. We do see the Protect on the Tinkaton, and Rotom goes for the Will-O-Wisp onto the Sinistcha. At least the physical attacker is safe.
Right, and ooh, it's still such a good position for Solo Snivy to be in. The Sinistcha can redirect so many hits, and Tinkaton still outputting a lot of damage, not into the Steelix but into its partner slot, no matter what comes in at the moment.
Yes, and crucially, there's only one turn of Sand left, and I think unless the Rotom goes for the Rotom can't go for the Protect, so I do think that it's a very, very nice play rough onto the Rotom slot.
We will see a switch out into Hydreigon, coming back out after failing to impress in Game 1. Steelix as well, going to switch out into the Sinistcha, and this is the position that Hydreigon wants to be in. This is the Will-O-Wisp just going into the Hydreigon, not going to be too important, just going to be chipping it down slowly but surely.
And wow, Matcha Gotcha right in front of the White Guard Steelix.
Once again, very courageous to press that move. And so much damage being output right now. And the burn onto the Sinistcha.
So that is 3 Pokemon's burned so far in this game. How many more is there gonna be?
Both of these Sinistchas are burned. The Hydreigon is burned as well. But these burns are so advantageous for Solo Snivy right now, because he has such a huge advantage in terms of HP. So he can just afford to keep trading blows and come out on top in the end.
That is true. And we do see Kiz switch out his Sinistcha and to bring back the weather, bring back the Tyranitar, bring back the sand. And what is Hydreigon going to do? Hydreigon's just going to go for the Snarl, bring the Rotom to the yellow.
And dropping its special attack, its Thunderbolts, not doing much damage before, going to be doing even less now. Light Screen. And we are probably seeing another Matcha Gotcha. No, a Trick Room coming out. And this,
wow.
Ooh, this is an interesting play, because now the Mega Steelix might just be the fastest Pokemon on the field when it can come back in. This could have been a potential misplay on the side of Solo Snivy.
Or maybe he intentionally did that so that Kiss would bring the Steelix in, and then he could try to get a Matcha Gotcha burn. Could be a big brain play for all you may know.
I mentioned earlier in the set that relying on the Matcha Gotcha burns was not a good idea, but seeing how many burns had taken place this game, it might just be the best strategy here. Just keep getting the burns and eventually win the game.
Yes, that's correct. And if you think about it, like the Tyranitar isn't particularly threatening the Hydreigon.
That's right, it doesn't have much offenses. And there is the Steelix. So we do see the Matcha Gotcha once again.
Yeah,
It's
Tinkaton
going to be
comes
a-
in. Oh, the
just a
Sincha
protect.
goes for the protect. Oh,
Trying to Will-O-Wisp into the Sinistcha, trying to maybe predict the switch in on that slot, but unfortunately got the slot wrong. And now once again, it's time for Sinistcha to play its favorite game, getting the Matcha Gachas off, but in the face of a Steelix, might not be able to click that move.
yeah. I do think the Tinkaton is gonna go for a fake out. The only thing is, I'm not really sure whether he wants like a super effective damage dealt to his fate by the Steelix, or a real Wisp burn coming from the Rotom. I'm not sure which thing does Solo Snivy value more.
Right, but a fake out plus a Matcha Gotcha might just be able to pick up the Rotom before it goes for a Will-O-Wisp burn and prevent Steelix from moving. Just depends on what Kiss goes for in this situation. Just a double protect will get him through this turn safely.
We do see the Mega Steelix coming, and it's just gonna get the Sand Force boost.
That's right, can output so much damage now. The fake out does come out, flinching the Steelix this turn. And will we see the Matcha Gotcha? The Matcha Gotcha comes out and picks up the KO on Rotom. It's now a 4v3 on Solo Snivy's favor.
You are correct, and the Steelix is still gonna be. It is not gonna get burned. Okay, thank goodness.
My god, if we saw another burn, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. And who comes in to replace the fallen Rotom now? You kinda have to bring in the Tyranitar. And this two Pokemon opens itself up to Matcha Gotcha burns once again.
Yeah, but crucially, Trick Room is still up. So, of course, that is beneficial to Steelix, but not so much for the Tyranitar.
Right, this Jolly Tyranitar is probably the fastest thing on the field, seeing how the speed interactions worked in Game 1 and Game 2. It's not in a favorable position at the moment, but a White Guard can change his whole life.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if the Steelix ever goes for a White Guard, that would be like beneficial. But we do see the Tyranitar goes for the Protect. What does the Steelix go for? We do see a Rage Powder coming from Solo Snivy's Sinistcha, so that will redirect the Heavy Slam.
Oh, and the Heavy Slam calling out the Rage Powder, doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, that's the power of Sand Force right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, but I think it's still gonna live after the burn and the Sandstorm chip thanks to the leftovers.
On 5% HP, and now crucially the Tyranitar cannot click Protect without risking a chance of failure, so a Play Rough into that slot might just pick up a very beautiful KO right now if the Sinistcha goes for another Rage Powder.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, correct. Because like the Steelix. Oh no, Rage Powder! Oh, that's a knockout onto the Tinkaton.
Unbelievable! And Kiss showing off why he's our MBL champion, making an incredible prediction. Matcha Gotcha will connect on both Pokemon, but the sand boosting Tyranitar's defense means it's not even going to take 50%. But crucially, will we get the burn?
Whoa,
None.
no burn!
No burns and the Dragon Dance! Ooh, this might have just been a very crucial misplay from Solo Snivy.
Oh, but there is two things to take note here. I mean, firstly, the light screen is gone, so if the Hydreigon comes in, it's gonna do full damage. And secondly, the sand is not up, so the Steelix is not so threatening anymore.
That's right, but the Tyranitar does have a +1 to its attack and speed from the Dragon Dance. But this Hydreigon can output so much damage right now onto both of these two Pokemon, considering that the Sandstorm is not up and not boosting Tyranitar's special defense anymore.
Yes, but I'm too curious what is the Hydreigon going to go for, because if you go for the Heat Wave, you are just going to lock yourself into it, and of course, White Guard is a thing from the opposing Steelix.
That's right, we've seen Kiss call so many turns right to bring him back into this game potentially. Can he pull out the win from this dire situation? Just a Protect on the opposing side. And Dark Pulse into the Mega Steelix. Oh, it's going to survive on 4 HP even with the critical hit. But crucially, there's a chance to flinch. Rock Slide going into the Protect and connecting onto the Hydreigon +1, doing a lot of damage. Will get a KO on the next turn. And Heavy Slam calling out the Protect onto the Sinistcha. And suddenly it is 3 versus 2 in Kiz's favor.
Wow.
It's incredible how he's managed to pull the game back from a situation that almost felt like a confirmed loss for him. Tyranitar coming back and setting back up Sandstream for the Steelix. It's going to love that. Sandforce back up, and Kiss didn't even need to switch out his Tyranitar, able to keep his Dragon Dance boost up.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think that while the Solo Snively's Tyranitar could just go for a low kick onto either slots, now there's gonna be a problem. I think Sinistcha is probably gonna get knocked out here. I think one Pokemon from Solo Snivy's side is gonna get knocked out. Did you see the Rock Slide?
Oh, Rock Slide!
Yeah.
And down goes the Sinistcha. What will the opposing Tyranitar do? Just a Rock Slide to follow up, KOing the Steelix, and huge damage to Tyranitar. Wow.
I am kind of surprised there's no White Guard coming from Kiss. So right now there's only the Sinistcha and the Tyranitar on Kiss side of the field, staring out against the Mega Tyranitar on Solo Snivy.
Hospitality going to be recovering the Tyranitar's HP is just going to be so tricky for Solo Snivy to break through. Of course, the Rock Slide can target both opponents, so it doesn't really have to worry about Rage Powder. However, can it do enough damage to trade with the opposing Tyranitar?
My answer is I kind of doubt it, because Kiz's Tyranitar's Rock Slide is single target versus Solo Snivy's Tyranitar being a multi-target move.
That's right. Crucially though, 90% accuracy, Rock Slide has a 10% chance to miss, so it might be in Solo Snivy's favor to try and go for that miss. That might be his win condition in this scenario.
But I think he's trying to get like a little bit of burn chip so that, to ensure a knockout onto the Sinistcha. But we do see Kiss only has 42 seconds remaining of decision making time. This is a little bit crucial.
If Kiss takes any longer to make his moves, he might just lose on time. And we do see total time as well, slowly whittling down 3 more minutes for both players. And Solo Snivy's win condition might also be to play for the clock.
Yes, but he does have to knock out the Sinistcha. Oh no.
Critical hit in a critical situation and the flinch.
Wow.
But Matra Gacha missing won't matter in this scenario. Tyranitar will go down to a knockoff from Kiss's Tyranitar as well, and that was the move that helped propel Kiss to the MBL title. Rock Slide, such an incredible move, so powerful, and such a huge secondary effect as well.
Yeah, I do think Solo Snivy makes the right call to protect there so that to ensure the Sneeze Char just gets knocked up from the sand. But
Right, and
unfortunately, I think Kiss has to press buttons really fast right now. He
that's
doesn't want to
right.
run out of time.
He has to rush his buttons, and I think Solo Snivy just has to try to
Oh, he
stall
has only
out
three
as much as
seconds
possible.
remaining. I wonder, can he
3
make?
seconds?
Oh
Can
my
he click
goodness!
buttons in time? This is going down to the wire. Unbelievable scenes. If Solo Snivy gets a double protect, it might just be times up for Kiss. No, doesn't go for it. Knocks off, and it will be a 2-1 win for Kiss VGC in round 1 of Swiss.
What a game! I can't believe Kiss took a lot of time to make his careful decisions, but he almost runs out of time. And if had had Solo Snivy goes for a double protect, and if that succeeds, there is a really really high chance of victory due to timer there.
That's right, but I don't think the players are able to see the opponent's time, so he might not even realize that his was
Actually, I do
very
think
low
they do.
time.
I do
Oh,
think
they
they
do?
can. Yeah, they can see the timer on like I think like the and at the small
The
corner,
opposing
if I'm not
side.
mistaken. Yeah.
I see. But still, what an incredible game. You do mention that his VGC was taking a lot of time to make his decisions, but you can see how important that time was, managing to come back from a very bad situation with so many burns happening in the game and pulling off the win in the end. His VGC will go 1-0 up in Swiss. However, there is always a chance to come back for Solo Snivy. This is a Swiss format.
Yes, and I do think that with this long drawn game that we have, I think everyone's first round of Swiss is gonna be wrapped up soon. So I think we will. I do believe the next match that it will be happening will probably be the round 2 of Swiss. So I think from here we could try and see who are the pairings, and let's just see who we can feature on stream.
Right, welcome back, Solo Snivy. How was that game? Right,
By the
it
way,
was.
were you able? I do believe you could see the timer on the opponent's side.
That's
Yeah,
fair. That's
Yeah.
completely fair. But we do see that all rounds have been completed for Swiss round 1, so we will be heading into round 2 at the for now. Right.
Who do we want on stream? Let's pick. Let me see.
Ooh.
I think we shall go with a player who is currently 1-0 as well. You know.
Yeah, sure. How about Zeriku versus Rakdoslor?
Let's see. There is a Blastoise. I'm kind of
There is a
interested what the
Blastoise.
Blastoise. Yeah, fine by me. Fine by me. I do think
Right.
that's fine by me.
Alright, sure. Oh, I do not have permissions to type in the channel. Okay.
Which channel do I tag them again in the chat? Hold up. I can't see.
Rakdoslor.
Let me try and find. I can't see where is it that I need to.
Oh yeah, by the way, Oscar, I believe chat is telling you that they can't hear you on stream.
It's fine.
Alright.
They can hear you, so not my issue. I'm just nobody.
Chat needs to
Okay.
hear
So
the
chat knows that. Chat needs to know that we're not gonna. Oscar is like very mysterious right now. You can't hear what he's saying, but we can, and you can't.
Yeah.
Right, so my point was Kiz's team, as everybody knows, it is Wolflick's team from the past weekend, right? It is definitely a challenging team to beat, but it mainly deals with a lot of like Charizard, Floette specifically, which you can tell, right? High power steel type moves, good rock type, very good. That particular set between us was close for all three. I'm pretty glad for round 2, the game 2, that Sinistra came in damn clutch. But round 3 was so close. So close.
Yeah,
Yes, insane amount of burns.
I think if you look at the replays, if you look at us casting, I think we did mention that the Sinistra would help you in the game, and thankfully you did bring it to game 2 and game 3, which actually gave Kiz a very hard time.
Yeah.
My goodness,
Thankfully,
the amount of burns
with the
that
final
took place.
round. The thing is, I was guessing or not whether he brought the Rotom on game 3 because it was in the back, right? And it turns out he did. I was doing everything I can to not let him burn my physical attackers. And the plan worked. The plan worked, but I still couldn't outlast that one time. If I had one trick room, or if I had like one low kick, but it is what it is. No worries.
Alright, so we will be heading into Swiss round 2 now. Currently, the winners from round 1 will be Zeruku, Rakdoslor, Kiriasu, Vaniel, Great Goldmite, Junpei, and Son of Aceh. And going into round 2, there will be one down pair as well, which will be Son of Aceh versus Jiha Asmi, but we will be spectating the match between Zeruku and Rakdoslor.
So the thing is, Rakdos, these two players both went to MBL, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe they at least performed moderately for their, I believe, is first tournament locally. And I met them up, they're pretty good. For the past few tournaments, Zelk, I believe he did quite a bit of damage on Kesar for last time, but couldn't make it to Grands because of Kesar, right?
Zeruku saying that he faced you in MBL as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was him. Yeah. Pretty good. At the time, everybody I played, if it wasn't me winning 2-0, it was at least a 2-1 loss for me. So most cases is 2-1 or win lah. So thankfully, all the players I think were playing damn good that day, and I'm very glad that they're here to play also.
For sure. For sure. Like I think with enough practice, most players would improve and become even better.
Right, that's why these tournaments are being held. In the past few years, Malaysia, outside of the MBL tournaments or the national tournaments, there wasn't really much activity going on, so players couldn't get training in. But now this is a good chance to get some training in, especially with this Swiss format, which so draining. You see that game 1 took over an hour already, I believe.
Yep.
Just to complete. Oh, wow. So it trains trainers' endurance quite a bit, which is an underrated aspect of live tournaments.
Yeah, it trains the stamina, so that you can be as tanky as Archaludon.
And as tanky as the Steelix in that game 1.
So we are gonna have the players set up for game 2, which is the Swiss rounds 2, which is of course we are gonna choose Zelker versus Rakdoslor.
Right, we'll be waiting for the players to enter the room, and once they do, we will be starting off the game.
Someone's hogging the first room.
Yeah, the Junpei.
Man, my set is starting already. Crap. Faster lah. Where are the players?
Okay, he left the court already. Okay, Zelker is preparing. I think Rakdostor is also gonna be preparing himself.
Right, so before this starts, let's take a look at the teams. And oh boy, it looks like it's going to be another weather war, potentially.
Yes. Then
Right.
sun versus snow.
Right, on Zeruku's side, we have the Charizard Y with the option of a Mega Blastoise, and on the side of Rakdoslor, we have the Mega Aerodactyl and Mega Frostlass. So there is a potential for both of these teams to opt out of the weather war, especially for Zeruku with the presence of Aerodactyl on Rakdoslor's side. So it's going to be interesting to see which modes these players go for here.
Yeah, but I do think crucially Zelker will probably most likely bring the Aerodactyl in because of the White Guard.
That's right. White Guard, such a strong move, and it's so good to prevent moves like Blizzard and Rock Slide that's on Rakdoslor's side, and also the Rock Slide. Very.
Oh, do you
very
see
crucial.
something very interesting on Zelker's Charizard, Mega Charizard?
Oh my goodness, that Scorching Sands on the Charizard.
It is.
That's a move we don't see often at all. Of course, a ground type move that I believe has potential to burn as well.
So we're gonna see a Sinistra scenario where something is gonna get burned.
My goodness, not the Charizard as well being used to burn opponents. This is going to be well, let's take a look at the potential Pokemon that can get affected by this. Sneasler, which does not like to take any form of ground type moves. King Gambit, ditto there. Garchomp, and Basculegion. So all of these Pokemon can get affected by the Scorching Sands plus the burn, which looks like it's gonna be quite a genius pick to bring in this matchup. And here we go into team preview.
Oh, also, Jamie, one interesting thing about the Scorching Sand, you can actually use it to thaw out your own Pokemon. But of course, in this particular scenario, you can probably only use it on King Gambit, Sneasler, and Blastoise because Garchomp is gonna get knocked out by the Blizzard.
Right, and I don't think you want to use Scorching Sands onto your own Sneasler or King Gambit, so really it's only the Blastoise. But if it ever comes down to such a dire situation, well, he has that option.
Yeah, of course, I don't think it will go to that situation. We were probably gonna see one of the two Megas being brought out from both sides, possibly two from Rakdoslor, depending on whether he wants to just field the Aerodactyl in for the Tailwind.
Right, even though Aerodactyl can't Mega, it's still a very, very useful Pokemon. Can get knockouts with Dual Wing Beat and set up Tailwind as you mentioned, and most importantly, go for those all too crucial flinches. And here we go into game 1.
So let's see, what is both players are gonna open with. So of course Zelker is gonna send out Aerodactyl and Garchomp, and we're gonna see Frostlass and Sneasler coming out from Rakdoslor. So I guess we know that Rakdoslor's Mega of choice for this game 1 is probably gonna be that Frost.
That's right, and it's in such a good position right now in front of Aerodactyl and Garchomp, both of which take super effective damage from the Blizzard.
Yeah, of course, it's still slower than the Aerodactyl, so the Aerodactyl could still go for the Tailwind. I think that's relatively and if it goes for the Tailwind, then of course it threatens the Garchomp can just go for the Rock Slide and threaten a bunch of stuff.
Right, but fake up pressure always important in first round of these matchups. If it
I'm
goes
gonna
into the
see-
Aerodactyl,
Yeah, we're gonna see the Mega Evolution coming from Magdalsaur's side, gonna bring in the snow warning, bring in the snow.
and the fake out does come out, and we do not see a protect from Aerodactyl or Garchomp, so Blizzard might just KO both Pokemon, and we do see the Blizzard come out. Wow, what a call from Rakdoslor, just taking out both Pokemon in turn 1.
Are we gonna see a very fast game this time around compared to the previous round?
We very well might just, because now if the Charizard does come in the back, that means it will have lost the Weather War immediately, as Rakdoslor can just switch out the Frostless immediately. And the King Gambit as well, super weak to the Sneasler. Such a...
Yes.
Oh, this is
Crucially,
very
I think
position.
Zelkra's King Gambit is it's like a 4-move King Gambit, so it doesn't even have Protect.
Oh, this is looking like such a bad position. Oh, for Zeraku, unable to do much of anything right now. Can go for Sucker Punches, but that won't do much damage into the Sneasler. And Rakdoslor hasn't even taken a single point of damage yet.
Oh yeah, you're right. But we do see the switch out onto the Garchomp from Rakdoslor, and of course, the Mega Charizard Y is just gonna Mega Evolve there, bring out the Sun.
Right, and it will be able to do huge damage with Heat Waves and Scorching Sands. But the Sneasler will be the fastest thing to move, but Sucker Punch will come up first, doing a sizable chunk. As this is Black Glasses, but Close Combat will pick up the KO in return.
Yeah, 3 Pokemon knocked out in 2 turns is not really good for Zelker. And of course, the Charizard is probably just gonna go for the Heat Wave.
Well,
I hope. But
Heat
it doesn't
Wave
use.
has a chance to burn both Pokemon, which can be helpful. Sneasler will just go down. And if we see a burn on the Garchomp, its damage is going to be mitigated as well. But no such burns. Frostless comes back out, and it's looking elementary for Rakdoslor in this next turn. And we just
We're just gonna see the forfeit. Wow.
Right. I think Zeraku tried to play too aggressively, tried to call out that Sneasler, there's no way it's going to go for such an obvious fake out on the first turn. But it went for it, and it's just impossible for Zeraku to get back in the game from there.
Yes, that was a very, very fast game. I think you can fit 5 of these games into one single game of round 1, and we would still have plenty of time left for.
That's right. We could have fit around 2 or 3 games of the first round into this. But now there's always a chance for Zeraku to come back. He could just make a different play on the first turn, and the game will look very different from there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do think he, for Zelker, since his Aerodactyl and also the Garchomp has Protect, I do think that he could probably play a little bit more defensively.
Right. Oh, importantly, Zeraku's Aerodactyl does not have Protect. It only has the White Guard, so was unable to protect in the first turn. So we might just see
Right.
switch up in the Pokemon.
Yeah, my bad. I was looking at the wrong Aerodactyl.
Both of these teams have similar Pokemon, so it's very easy to get confused. We will be going into the second game
Okay, same leads from Rakdoslor, Sneasler, and Frostless, but a switch up from Zelker, having the Sneasler and Aerodactyl instead.
And unfortunately, I don't think Stream has caught up with the game yet. I don't think the viewers are able to see the game.
Oh, right.
Hold on, give us a moment, chat, while we try to fix this. In the meantime, we can try to provide live commentary, even though the chat might not be able to see the game. We do see Aerodactyl plus Sneasler lead on Zergo's side, and a Frostlass plus Sneasler lead on Rakdos. And just a White Guard from the Aerodactyl to prevent any blizzards from coming out. And crucially, Zergo's Sneasler has Rock Slide, which can threaten the Frostlass quite a bit, but just setting up Aurora Veil in this first turn.
Wow, I really didn't look at the team sheet properly. I did not notice that this Sneasler was the Rock Slide Sneasler.
Right, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it didn't have the Protect.
Right, it did not go for Protect, and Sneasler crucially calling out that the opposing Sneasler would switch out, just opting to not go for a Fake Out. On the first turn, going for the Rock Slide, but missing on the Frostlass, and just the Aerodactyl will keep going for White Guards, trying to prevent any spread move damage.
And another Rock Slide.
That's quite a
Plus,
bit.
Aurora Veil boosted, so not gonna do much damage.
Yep. And the flinch, importantly. And it looks like we are facing some issues on stream again. Just a Dragon Claw into Aerodactyl. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, the situation is as follows. Garchomp and Frostlass is facing down against a Sneasler and Aerodactyl. The Sneasler has been spamming Rock Slide over and over, but it's not been doing too much damage to Garchomp. And the Aerodactyl will now start clicking Rock Slides as well. And 2 Rock Slides, the chances of flinch are very high. And it looks like the stream will be back, and critical hit on the Garchomp. Sneasler, Rock Slide as well. Both of these Pokemon going for Rock Slides. Garchomp will be taking both of
another
them.
30% chance. So is the Garchomp gonna flinch? It is gonna flinch.
30% plus 30%. That is 100% for Rock Slide trainers if you do your Pokemon maps well enough. But now this is quite a sticky situation for Rakdos, and we'll be switching out that Frostlass, trying to prevent it from taking any more Rock Slide damages. Basculegion comes out, and a White Guard from Aerodactyl, once again preventing any spread move damage from coming out. But now Basculegion is facing down these two Pokemon, which are basically food for it. But another flinch on Garchomp. This Garchomp cannot move for its life.
Rock Slide, man, it's all about the Rock Slide. I think
It's all about the Rock Slide.
Yeah, but of course the Basculegion comes in safely. It could threaten the Aerodactyl with Aqua Jet, so that's something they could have
That's
done.
right. But importantly, Rakdos' Garchomp only has Earthquake as a ground type move, so if the Aerodactyl clicks White Guard, it can't go for it anyways. So just seeing that and rightfully switching it out, Aerodactyl does go down to the Aqua Jet. What does Sneasler do here?
Probably go for another Rock Slide.
Close combat, trying to pick up the KO on Garchomp, but the switch into Frostlass. But crucially, on the worst possible turn for it. Yeah, this is game 2.
Rakdos
Lore 1, game 1.
So now we do see Sneasler and King Gambit on Zelda's side. So of course, King Gambit could threaten both Pokemon with the Sucker Punch.
Right, both of these Pokemon very weak to Dark type moves, and can't really threaten it back that much. Of course, these Frostlass could potentially go for Blizzard Freezes, and the Basculegion can do a liquidation damage, but not the best idea to go for in front of the King Gambit. We just see Aqua Jet. Whoa! Doing over nearly half health to Sneasler from just one Aqua Jet.
And a Kowtow coming in onto the Sneasler slot, so just gonna do like not effective damage. I think good call by Rakdos because like he went for the Aqua Jet to make sure that he could try to avoid the Sucker Punch coming from the King Gambit.
That's right, and now it's going to be tricky for the King Gambit because Basculegion can just avoid the Sucker Punch by once again going for Aqua Jet, and the Sneasler won't take much damage from Sucker Punch at all, so the threat of King Gambit is almost kind of mitigated in this scenario.
Yes, that's true. But of course, King Gambit is sitting there really healthy. So eventually, Rakdos has to try to find a way to get rid of it.
That's right.
Probably using Sneasler or Garchomp. I think
Like
probably
this-
Sneasler. Yeah.
This King Gambit as well is not Chopo Berry on Zerku's side, it's just the black glasses, so a close combat probably just picks it up immediately, and Aqua Jet picks up the Sneasler.
Picked up Upper Jet. Sneasler's going down. Sucker Punch fails. Oh.
Just trying to get as much damage as possible before going down potentially, but smartly going for the fake out to prevent that play. And Charizard will be the last Pokemon on Zerku's side.
Oh, this is not looking good because right now, the weather is in Rakdos's favor since he has still 4 Pokemon remaining.
That's right. All he has to do is switch in Frostlass in one of the coming turns, and he's basically won the Weather War. But crucially, this Basculegion can't output much damage with Liquidation in the Sun or with the Last Respects, as Rakdos has not taken a single Pokemon loss yet.
Oh,
see
just
Protect.
for the Protect, trying to preserve the weather.
Basculegion does go for a Protect of his own, and we will probably just see a Sucker Punch coming out into the Sneasler first, doing quite a bit of damage. But if the close combat does come out, and it does, that will be a one-hit knockout onto King Gambit, and it will be Charizard versus the world.
Yeah, but I do think that even if Charizard tries to conserve the weather, it's still a very uphill climb because there's things like Garchomp, and now Sneasler has an unburdened boost, Diaclaw.
Right, Basculegion still has Liquidation to do so much damage. It's looking nigh impossible for Zeraku to get back into this game. We'll try to Mega the Charizard into the Charizard Y, setting up the Sun, reducing the damage of Basculegion.
And we're gonna see the Charizard Y gonna get hit by the Diaclaw first. That's a lot of damage.
Over half HP, but Heat Wave will connect onto both. Does a lot to Basculegion, but crucially does not pick it up, so it's free to go for Liquidation or Last Respects, which is boosted right now. Just the Liquidation. Will it pick up the KO? And Adaptability Basculegion wraps up the game for Rakdos in a very clean 2-0 win.
Yes, congratulations to Rakdos for the very convincing victory, where I think in game 1 he didn't drop a single Pokemon, and in game 2 it was three Pokemons remaining.
Right, in game 1 it was just the turn 1 that went very wrong for Zeraku, and managing to pick up both KOs with the Blizzard, and in the game 2 just managing to mitigate the threat of the King Gambit very well, managing to play around it and just prevent it from going for Sucker Punches really.
Yep. So I guess the game ended pretty quickly. So now we are just gonna see everyone who else is left. I think there's 2 games remaining between.
All right, I'm
Great
here.
Pokemon.
Hi.
Hello.
How
And
was
it
that
looks
one?
like
That was pretty quick from what I can tell.
a quick win for Rakdos, managing to pick up quite
Right.
crucial KOs very quickly.
I see at the end, like besides he only managed to get Sneasler down, it was looking pretty dire to be honest, with like Charizard versus 4 months left, I think.
Yeah, it was just very well played on the side of Rakdos, and Zeraku couldn't get into the game that well.
Right, let
now
me
we
just
are-
broadcast the scores right now that I've currently done. Zelk vs Rakdos is 2-0 for Rakdos. Kiz already won his set and Child already very fast against Vanel. Son of Aceh took 2-0 against, I believe, Junpei. I took.
No,
against
Junpei and Great Gold Mike are still
sorry,
fighting.
not Junpei. That one is. What's the name of?
Jihasmi, yeah.
Forgetting. Because some people, their actual name and their thing is not the same. Their like Discord tags are not the same. Jihasmi. Okay, and then what is the remainder of the scores? Alright. Shin Blaze took it. I believe Shin Blaze took 2-0 against his opponent as well. And for now, we're waiting for the next tree. So if you guys are good, we can take a quick break for everyone here, and we'll get back once the sets are done.
Sure.
Right, Ken? We'll,
Yeah, I do think that there's only like 2 games left. Two people waiting for 2 people. So I think that should be wrapping up soon if they were all 2-0s. But of course, if there was a 2-1, then we just have a longer break.
Yep, I'll put 15-minute break for now until someone says otherwise.
Sure.
Alright, we'll be back in a bit, guys. Thanks for joining.
then we just have to wait for Sunny.
Alright, everybody, all sets are done for the stream. Oh, I'm gonna fight Zeruku. Okay. We'll put
Alright.
Junpei on this time.
So one thing to note, I think Kiz did drop, right?
Yep, he left.
So Rakdos will have a bye in this round. After a dominant performance in the last round. So now Rakdos will be 3-0 up.
Okay, so let me swap out the results. Who is shown on screen?
Oh damn. Junpei lost. Okay. Guess
Junpei did lost, but he will still be going on stream for this next match.
Oh, so we put him against Jihazmin.
Is it the Mega Gyarados team?
Jihazmin. I am trying to find. Which is Jihazmin again?
Jihazmi.
Shami, is it?
Dextrosaline.
Dextrosaline, okay. Dextrosaline.
Oh yes, that is the
Ooh, very interesting team.
Thank God the set haven't started.
Very.
Because I didn't start cooking my noodle yet.
Brother.
Yeah, I was about to start and then like, oh, the plat's all done already. Yeah, Ragdoll Slug gets to eat dinner. Yippee! Thank you, Kiss VGC.
He scammed us out of 5 ringgit.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We need to make sure they start their set before I do anything. They're not here yet. Watchdog.
Alright, so looks like Junpei and
Supposedly, from what I can tell based on the last game, Junpei played a very, very defensive playstyle last game. From what I can tell. Because it took quite a while to play, right? Yeah, from what I see of their set.
His team does look like the Protect the King style of teams.
And it's Mega
Queen,
Tyranitar and
Protect the
Mega
King.
Delphox.
I've heard so many variations. King, Queen, Prince?
Oh, they're starting lah.
Yep, they will
I
be
just
starting soon.
I just exited.
So,
Just
we will already be heading into team preview right now. So, on Junpei's side, we will see the Mega Delphox plus Mega Tyranitar in the Protect the Queen style of team. A lot of support mons and these two offensive mons. Meanwhile, on the side of Giea, I believe, we see the Hisuian Zoroark, the Mega Kangaskhan, just a normal Gyarados with the Mystic Water, a Tauros, Volcarona, and Aerodactyl with the Sharp Beak. It looks like a really interesting team on the side of Giea. Meanwhile, Junpei's team looks like if he manages to get the team set up, it's going to be very, very powerful. But we will see how these trainers are going to approach this match as we go into game 1. 15 seconds left on the clock for selections.
Seems like both players have actually made their choices, so we're just gonna see who both players are gonna bring. Kangaskhan and Gyarados coming from the Giea side, and then like Incineroar and Flowet. Vivillon coming from Junpei's side.
Right, so neither of the so-called queens have actually appeared on Junpei's side, just going to be two supporting Pokemon. And meanwhile, two very strong and powerful Pokemons on Giea's side, actually.
Did the Gyarados Intimidate came out just now?
I believe it did. Both sides had Intimidate, however, this Kangaskhan is inner focus at the moment, so it cannot get flinched or intimidated. But now that it's Mega, it's going to be a very scrappy Pokemon.
Oh yes, for sure. And we're gonna see a fake out onto the Kangaskhan, gonna flinch the Kangaskhan, and Sleep Powder onto the Gyarados.
And Compound Ice, ensuring that Sleep Powder is a very accurate move. And the Gyarados will be fast asleep going into this first turn. And the Kangaskhan flinching. So a quite good turn 1 for Junpei here.
I do think there might be a team sheet error on Giea's side because his Gyarados is shown to have. Oh wait, could be just a Hisuian Zoroark. Guys, I forgot about that.
That's right, there is always a chance for a Hisuian Zoroark to be there. And we do see a bounce, which will be from the Hisuian Zoroark, so that is a Hisuian Zoroark, it appears, and won't be able to get the parting shot onto the bounce Pokemon. Bounce is not a move we see often in Pokemon.
It's not.
Right, it is a flying type move, decently strong, and most importantly, has a 30% chance, I believe, to paralyze the opponent. So, this could be huge damage, potentially coming down into the Vivillon.
And we do see the Vivillon switch out into the Delphox. So the Queen has been out. Bounce.
And the bounce coming onto the Incineroar, not doing much damage at all. And the Kangaskhan will remain asleep. Parting shot going into the Mega Kangaskhan, just going to drop down its attack. And
then
now
we do see the bodyguard, one of the bodyguards coming back out, and the bodyguard that will be coming up to protect the Delphox is the Vivillon once more.
Right, able to spread sleeps or even a very fast Rage Powder. This Vivillon is Choice Scarf, so once it picks a move, it will be stuck. However, that move is sure to be impactful, as now Mega Delphox can start to set up.
Oh yes, it does have the nasty plot, so it's just gonna do like a lot of damage once it sets up the +2 special attack, or even +4 if Junpei is trying to be a bit cheeky there.
That's right, but I do want to point out there are some very interesting moves on Giea's Pokemon. The Zoroark Hisui, of course you saw the bounce, but it also has Snarl and Burning Jealousy, which will burn the opponent's Pokemon if you got a stat increase that turn.
Okay, and Gyarados is gonna take his mandatory first turn of sleep. Kangaskhan wakes up and goes for the Rock Slide.
Going
Not
to do
something you see
huge
very
damage.
often, but it does not pick up the kill on both Pokemons.
But there is a second parental bond hit coming out soon. The critical hit on
it doesn't-
Delphox.
No, it doesn't work, Jamie, because Parental Bond does not work on spread moves.
Oh, that's very interesting. And there you see the unorthodox picks that Kangaskhan have. Just coming back to bite it, not able to pick up the KO on either of Junpei's Pokemon.
Yes, but of course, Vivian is still alive. He could still go for a sleep. But of course, if the Hisuian Zoroark that's being in disguise of the Gyarados, he wakes up, he could just go for something else. Hopefully, go for a Snarl or something.
That's true, but this Hisuian Zoroark does have the Quick Claw, so there is a 10% chance that it can get a move off first. Just Delphox, recognizing that, just goes for a Protect, keeping it safe this turn.
And Hisuian Zoroark wakes up, goes for the Snarl. Gonna be protecting by the Protect from the Delphox, and the Cobra Berry is just gonna like
Mitigate a bit of the damage, but it wasn't going to do much in the first place, dropping the special attack of Sinistra. And what does the Kangaskhan go for? Another Rock Slide.
Rock Slide,
And-
truly the best move in the game.
Right, by far, bar none. Doing not much damage to the Sinistra thanks to the -1 attack it has. Thanks to the parting
And-
shot from Incineroar earlier.
Yes, and also the fact that this Sinistra is bold nature, so it is a little bit bulkier on the defensive side.
That's right, this Sinistra, we saw in the first game, the first set, the first round, that it can do so much damage with Matcha Gotcha, spreading burns and doing a lot of damage as well. Will we see this Sinistra do the same, or will it just be trying to protect its queen? Oh, Delphox does switch out into the Incineroar.
Okay, Incineroar brings down the attack once more.
Extra Century, which is a psychic type move, doing not much damage, but another Rock Slide coming out. Will we see a flinch on the Sinistra? Best move in the game.
Well said, Jamie. Well said.
Well. Rock Slide does what Rock Slide does, but now this Incineroar is out in front of the Kangaskhan and the Hisuian Zoroark, not the Gyarados. Unable to fake out the Gyarados, but a fake out to Kangaskhan will prevent it from getting off another Rock Slide and potentially another flinch.
Yeah, that's correct. Cause fake out switch is the name of the game with Incineroar. Let's see whether the Incineroar is just gonna go for the same game plan, or is it gonna go out on the offensive now that I think it's made very clear that the Gyarados isn't a Gyarados, but it's Hisuian Zoroark.
That's right, but all this switching and cycling that Junpei has done, he hasn't gotten off much attacks yet, and the extra sensory will actually be able to take down the Sinistra. So Sinistra not being able to get its mark off on the game just yet, it will be fainting in this game 1.
So now one of the bodyguards down. So is Vivian gonna come in, or is the Queen, the Delphox, gonna come in? And we do see the
No,
Vivian comes in.
It'll be the Vivian, however, Delphox not out right now, not able to take advantage of that Vivian being out, and it's also taken a lot of damage. So if Junpei can't get off the Nasty Plot in these upcoming turns, it will be a very dire and sticky situation for him.
Yes, and let's see what he's going for, because Jaya has been really stubborn. He hasn't been doing any switches, so we do not know what he has at the back other than, of course, the Gyarados, since we know that Gyarados is a Hisuian Zoroark in disguise.
That's right, and despite being out on the field for so many turns, the Gyarados hasn't taken the Hisuian Zoroark hasn't even taken a single bit of damage.
Will we see any changes now?
Ooh, the Drain Punch coming out from Incineroar, but all those Intimidate and Parting Shot drops, making sure that it can survive the turn. Barely any damage on the second Drain Punch. What does the Incineroar go for in return?
The Incineroar is going to go for the Parting Shot. dropping the Kangaskhan's attack even further, and of course safely bringing in Delphox.
Right, and now this has to be the situation in which Delphox tries to start going for nasty plots or even just going for damage. If it keeps trying to take its time and play around, it might not even get the chance to get off nasty plots and take over the game.
Speaking of game, I am kind of surprised that Junpei is taking a lot more time for his decision making, considering that he's only like having like 3 minutes of his own time remaining, while GIA is like having 5 minutes. I think GIA has been like really confident in the decisions he wants to make.
That's right, and we just see the heat wave coming out, the power of Mega Delphox, bringing the Zoroark to very low HP. Another heat wave will KO both of these Pokemon, and Zoroark, crucially, not waking up this turn.
Yep, I do think the Vivian has done its job. Both Pokemon are asleep. I don't think he could like put any other Pokemon to sleep. So probably a switch out from Junpei's side into the Incineroar.
That would be a good move, getting the initiative of the fake out, being able to fake out next turn and provide even further support for Delphox, but we'll see what Junpei goes for. Can't take too much time to think, as you mentioned earlier, Sunny. He's getting quite dangerously low on time.
Yes, and the reason why is because, well, GIA is sitting on 4 Pokemon. Well, of course, his situation seems more dire as both Pokemon are key, but he's still having the Pokemon advantage.
Right, he has the Pokemon advantage, and crucially, both of Junpei's Pokemon are very low on HP, but we will see a switch out on the Zoroark slot into the actual Gyarados. And the Intimidate will come out onto the Incineroar. A double switch, actually, into Tauros. And double Intimidate now. But crucially, this Heat Wave will not do much damage into these 2 water types. But can it get a burn on either? It does get a burn on Tauros!
Wow, Jamie.
And a burn on Gyarados!
Wow! Why did you have to say that, man?
Commentator's curse strikes again. Both Pokemon on Jaya's side getting burned by the heat wave. That is unbelievable.
What is going on?
And suddenly these 2 physical attackers have both of their damage cut in half. All 4 of Jaya's Pokemon are currently statused.
Yes. What a rare sight. A rare sight to behold.
It's unbelievable. Just going to pick up the KO with the Psychic, and the Gyarados unable to move this turn. What it looked quite dire for Junpei at the start of the turn. However, the double burn just turned the entire aspect of the game around.
Of course, Hisuian Zoroark is coming back in, still asleep, so I do think that maybe a heat wave is coming, unless of course Junpei wants to zero in onto one particular Pokemon first.
That is right, and on this turn, the Quick Claw activates, and Zoroark will have a confirmed wake up this turn, as it's the 3rd turn of sleep. But first, Incineroar goes for a helping hand. The Zoroark wakes up,
goes for the snarl.
Does not pick up the KO, but it's crucial. It's a crucial drop on the Delphox, and potentially this follow-up attack of Heat Wave might not be able to pick up the KO on Gyarados. It barely does any damage.
Oh, and crucially, this Gyarados does have Muddy Water, so...
And it does go for Muddy Water! The Partial Barrier on Incineroar going to mitigate the damage. And it picks up the KO on Delphox. What a game this has been so far. Twists and turns galore. Unbelievable. Now both players are down to their last 2 Pokemon. Wow.
Oddly enough, despite the Gyarados being burned, the only thing that really impacts it was just the waterfall. I think most of the Gyarados' other moves are special moves.
That's right, this Gyarados does have Waterfall, Muddy Water, Thunder, and Whirlpool, which is a very interesting moveset on Gyarados, but it proves to be so crucial for this match.
Yeah, I do think that Junpei needs to zero in on the Gyarados slot, but if the Kangaskhan wakes up, I think it's a good game.
However, it does need to connect with Rock Slide in order to get the win. We will see the helping hand from the Incineroar.
Helping
Going
hand onto
to
Hurricane. Okay, that's gonna pick up
And
the.
it picks up the knockout. Will the Kangaskhan wake up this turn?
Oh, it
It
wakes up.
does!
Oh no, she's mad.
Rock
She's gonna go
Slide
for the
double
rock slide.
connects!
It's a
And
double knockout.
an incredible game sees GAA pick up the win after Heatwave burns, countless sleep powders, and the quick claw activation. What a game one that was.
Well, Kangaskhan just woke up. She's mad, and then she just want to press rock slide. Best move in the
Right.
game.
The best move in the game. We did see flinches from Rockslide earlier as well, and that just goes to show the the landscape of Regulation MA with so much RNG deciding that game one.
Yeah, like actually, because the Kangaskhan switched up, I kind of forgot how many turns of sleep does it have.
Right, I think it was on its second turn at that time, and the sleep mechanic actually changed between Scarlet and Violet to champions, where now after the second turn, there's a 33% chance to wake up, and on the third turn, it's guaranteed now. So that Hisuian Zora getting the wake up and going for the Snarl was actually quite huge in that game, as well as the Gyarados.
Yep. I think you're correct with that. Both players seems to be ready to go for their game two.
Right, and after that game one, the game was won by Dextro, Celine, Gia. And oh man, can game 2 live up to that game 1? Will we see any more heat waves, any more rock slides? But
Oh
one
god,
thing's
oh
for
god, Jamie,
certain.
please no. I don't want to see a
Commentators curse
10%
the track
burn
again.
on both Pokemon. Like that is such an unbelievable thing. Like how do you get a 10% burn on both Pokemons on a heat wave? That
Well,
is
doing the math, that is a 1% chance to happen, not including the chance for heat wave to miss being 10% in the first place. So it was incredibly lucky, but as you mentioned, the Gyarados being a special attacker mostly managed to mitigate that situation quite well.
Yeah, it is a very interesting special attacker opting for Jolly, but only one physical move, and then the rest are special moves.
That's right, but I think what went wrong for Junpei in that game is he took too long to try and get his Delphox mode set up, and in the end, he couldn't really take advantage of the Delphox.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do think that he has been playing a little bit more conservative with protecting his queen. I think his queen needs to be able to strut her stuff.
Right, so now we will be heading into game 2, and we'll see the lead by GAL just be the Kangaskhan and the Aerodactyl, but potentially one of these Pokemon could be the Hisuian Zoroark once again. And it appears that both of these Pokemon will not be the Zoroark, as their abilities both activated this turn.
Yes, quite a shocker.
And
You would think that maybe there would be like one, maybe the Kangaskhan would be a Hisuian Zoroark, but no, because inner focus prevents intimidates from happening. So we're probably gonna see the Kangaskhan go for the Mega Evolution right here, not before the Delphox goes for its Mega Evolution first.
That's right, and it's quite a tricky situation for Jaya, as none of his Pokemon have Protect. So this Fake Out coming out from Incineroar will just be able to connect into either slot.
Yes, but who does it go for? The Fake Out is probably going to go on the Aerodactyl slot, and it does.
It does. And a follow-up Psychic might just be able to pick up the KO here. Just a nasty plot, going for damage, but this Kangaskhan on the opposing side does have Rock Slide.
And it does goes for the Rock Slide.
And huge damage. You see the impact of the of the Intimidate last turn, but another critical hit.
I
onto
mean,
the
the Kangaskhan was shielded from Intimidate due to inner focus, but the critical hit does hurt.
That hit hurts a lot. Now Delphox is on its last legs, but Incineroar has to support its teammate. Will we see maybe a potential Sinistra switch in to heal the Delphox?
I sure hope so, because the Delphox is in the rib, and this Aerodactyl does have Stealth Rock, so if the Delphox switches out, it's gonna be knocked out coming back in.
It's... Oh, but we do see the Helping Hand potentially going for a Heat Wave to connect
And it
them to
does
both.
go for the Heat Wave,
And Heat Wave misses Aerodactyl, but does connect on the Kangaskhan, which might be the more important threat here, picking up the KO on the Mega on GAS side.
And we do see the Rock Slide. Whoa, that must be a critical hit on the Incineroar.
That must be a critical hit on the Incineroar, and it
It is a critical hit on the Incineroar.
2 critical hits to start off the game. Unbelievable.
My goodness. The Queen has fallen.
The Queen has fallen, as well as the King of VGC, and it's going to be a 3-2 lead for Giea. And if it's the 2 supporting Pokemon on Junpei's side, I wonder how is he going to be able to break through the 3 remaining Pokemon.
I'm kind of curious myself, because the Aerodactyl is looking very, very poised here to deal a lot of damage.
And not only that, the Tauros is here it's a Pokemon we don't see that often, but it does have a lot of cool moves that it can use, but who doesn't like the look of the Vivillon on the other side?
I do think the Vivillon has to go for a sleep powder, as much as I hate to say it, because I hate to say it because the Vivillon will be choice locked with the choice scarf.
And it does go for it, but crucially onto the Tauros Paldea instead of the Aerodactyl. Tauros will take its first turn of sleep, and Rock Slide KOs the Vivillon in one hit. But crucially, the Tauros moved before the Aerodactyl.
Yes, you are correct.
It is a very interesting build, but will this match a gotcha? And that is, of course, the Hisuian Zoroark. Will we see any burns onto the Aerodactyl? Might be. No.
Oh, we just
will
see the
not.
forfeit. Oh man,
It
what
will
an
just be a
upset here.
forfeit. And Giea will pick up the win on Junpei. The 2 critical hits from both Rock Slides coming into play and picking up crucial KOs on both turns. Wow.
Yeah, I think in this scenario we can say that the critical hit mattered.
The critical hit definitely did matter, especially on the Incineroar. It couldn't really do anything after dropping the Intimidate onto the Aerodactyl. A crit just took out all of its remaining HP.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Giea for actually earning his first win for today.
Right, and that will drop down Junpei to his second loss. However, depending on how the other matchups go, there still could be a chance for Junpei to get back in and win the tournament, but we shall see.
Yep, we shall see. And I think other than this, we should have 3 more games left to wrap up for
That's
the
right.
round 3 of Swiss.
But before we go into the 4th round of Swiss, we will be going into a short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Pokemon action. Oh, sure. No problem. Let's go for Mentega, Kacha, and Shami. We haven't had them on stream yet.
But what's their score right now?
I believe they're both 0-2, but not sure how their set is going. Wait, we can check the log, right?
Oh yeah, we can.
Shami defeated Mentega Kachak once already, so I believe they're in the second game.
Hey, shit. I press join queue. I should be pressing spectate.
Oh, buddy.
Okay, but your stream is still putting like
Yeah, round 4 next in.
we do see that Shami is like ending his probably having his game ending soon.
Yeah, we do see Gyarados, Mega Gyarados using Dive right now, and Crabominable will just be able to protect. That's the weakness of these moves that take 2 turns to use. Protect can just prevent them from working. But we just see the Gyarados go for it once more. Low kick missing on Gyarados as it is not there in front of it anymore. And this looks like quite a tough situation for Mentega Kachak to try and fight back from.
Yeah, because his Gyarados is pretty low on health, so regardless of what he does, I think Shami could just could reliably just go for a knockout if he
That's
chooses
right.
that.
A low kick or a drain punch at any moment could just KO the Mega Gyarados. But we just see very safe plays from Shami, not wanting to potentially throw the game in any way.
Yeah, it's he's playing very conservatively in this scenario.
And that'll be fine, but he just has to convert the victory in this nigh unlosable situation. Gyarados going for another dive.
Yes, and avoiding every single attack here. I do think
That's
that
right.
I do think that Gyarados is in range for big damage from either of Shami's Pokemon.
That's
Although-
right.
Because I think Shami does have low kick on his Tyranitar. He could just I think knockout is imminent regardless of what he does, as long as both Pokemons press the button.
That's right. A low kick plus a drain punch, no matter who Gyarados attacks into, will pick up the KO no matter what. But, Shami maybe just wanting to be 100% sure. And we'll see the double protect yet again.
Yeah, double protect playing very safe here. So I think Mentega Kachak will still go for the dive.
That's right. And one thing to note of, the power points of Protect did get lowered to 8. So if Shami keeps going for this double Protect play, there is a way for Mentega Kachak to get a KO on him.
Oh yes, actually you do have a point there, but we do see a Hurricane instead.
And a
Going on to
Hurricane will pick up the Crabominable, but a follow-up low kick will probably just knock out the Gyarados as well.
Yeah, and we do see the knockout.
And that will be a 2-0 win for Shami
Is it
in
2-0?
this game.
It's 2-0, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
So-
probably 2-0.
So that's just be the victory for Shami, and we'll have one more game remaining.
Which is Solo Snivy versus Selker. Of course, let's see. let's see if we could actually have the stream show the matches. Or of course, Solo Snivy is kind of busy right now, but you can always see what's happening in there.
And going into the match, it appears that Solo Snivy, whose team we saw earlier right now, is facing down a Aerodactyl and Mega Blastoise. Both of these teams we've seen earlier. And just a protect from this Sinistcha, which has been a nuisance in this entire tournament. Rock Slide will be protected by the Protect, and going into the Tinkaton, of course, a chance to flinch. But no,
No
we just see a
flinch
play
this time.
rough. and doing quite decent damage, but Water Pulse coming out and picking up the KO into Tinkaton.
So now we do have Tyranitar at the back on Solo Snivy's side. Yeah, Tyranitar being the last Pokemon remaining. But we need to see how healthy the Pokemon is. It seems like Tyranitar is still really relatively healthy, full health here, staring across the two relatively weakened Pokemon in the Aerodactyl and Blastoise. But I do think Zelker's Aerodactyl might have a white guard, but yeah.
Zeriku's Aerodactyl does have White Guard, and more importantly, the Blastoise does have Aura Sphere. So it might just be able to take out the Tyranitar in one hit, but no, just going for the Water Pulse. And that's so much damage. Even in Sand.
But Rock Slide connects crucially to both Pokemon, but doesn't pick up the KO onto the Blastoise.
But crucially, in 2 turns, Blastoise will be KO'd. But since Zeriku still has 3 Pokemon remaining, he can just switch out the Blastoise to prevent it from getting KO'd by the Sunstorm. But it doesn't even need to, as the third Pokemon is a Sneasler.
Yeah, and the Sneasler could just go for Fake Out, go for Close Combat, and we do just see a forfeit there.
Right, and it'll be Zeriku picking up the win in, I believe, is the 3rd game of the set. So Zeriku will pick up the set and will be 2-1 in the tournament.
Ooh. Solo Snipe. Yep. That sounds about right. And
So
that
now-
will conclude round 3 of the
That
Swiss
is
round.
round 3, and I believe we still have 2 players at 3-0, which will be Rakdoslor and the Great Gold Might.
Yes, and we do see the pairings are up. Rakdoslor and the Great Gold Might will be paired up against one another due to them being undefeated.
That match was horrendous for me.
Hey, you managed to pick up 1 game.
Yeah, I surprised
Stand
him with the
proud.
plan, but then he adapted so much. That last game, I couldn't do any of my plan because I flinched on Trick Room, and then now everything outspeeds me, and then now everything is too low in HP, and I just lost. Can't do anything there. Ugh.
Well, there's still it'll be difficult to win the tournament, I believe, but 2nd place is always still possible from this situation.
Sure,
And I
sure.
believe top 2 get a
Right.
prize.
Who do you guys want to feature this time?
Let's see. Let's go for Rakdoslor versus Great Gold Might, as the winner of this match might potentially win the whole tournament.
Yeah, okay, sure. Rakdoslor.
We have seen Rakdoslor's team earlier in the tournament, and he put off quite a strong win against Zeriku. So now back on stream, we'll want to win this game to confirm, to almost confirm that he wins the tournament. But his opponent will also be 3-0, and it's just going to be bringing some very standard good stuff team.
Okay, let's see. Are the players ready?
I think they're still joining the room. They're not here yet. The Gold Might, the Great Gold Might. I just call him Gold Might lah. You need to win to be great.
Oh, he's won 3 games, to be fair.
True.
If he's in Ultra Ball tier, he should be Ultra Gold Might.
To be fair, he
Ultra
won
Gold Might.
the first time we did this tournament, like the week of Master Ball League, he won. So he's got a good chance.
If he wins, if he reaches Champions tier, does he become All Might?
All Might da.
Gotcha. Alright, hello Sunny, you okay?
I have food tap out, so I am okay to just in.
Okay.
Let me see whether my food is here first. Give me one moment.
Sure.
Okay, just update my dinner is here, but so if you want me to hold the fort, I can okay lah, no issues.
Maybe I can take you take round 4, I take round 5.
And no problem.
Alright. Okay, so right. Thank you, Sunny. I will be
No
back.
worries. We are gonna see that both players are already like in their rooms, so we can spectate. I think we can spectate. Can go on stream now. Is Oscar there? Yeah, can. All right, so the two players who are still undefeated in these Swiss rounds are gonna play their 4 matches. That would be Gold Might versus Rakdos Law, Rakdos versus Gold Mokuber. I don't know how to pronounce that. We do see the teams. Rakdos Law, as you've seen in the earlier round, Sneasler, Aerodactyl, King Gambit, Garchomp, Frostless, and Basque Legion. Whereas for Gold Might, he is the Great Might. He is going to have a team comprising of Basque Legion, Sneasler, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Eternal Floette. 10 seconds left in the decision making for the team preview. Both players have already made their decisions on what 4 Pokemon they're about to lock, and we're gonna go into the match right now. Rakdos Law versus Gold Might. We are gonna see Gold Might leading with the Aerodactyl and Sneasler, and for Rakdos Law, he is going to go with the King Gambit and Aerodactyl. So both, if they have any berries, they are not gonna be able to consume them. So of course, the Rakdos is, if I'm not mistaken, Rakdos does have a Mega Aerodactyl, so he could have the speed advantage by going for the Mega and Tailwind. Whereas like Goldmite, his Aerodactyl is unnerved with a Focus Sash, so no Megas on Goldmite's side on turn 1. No, not a possibility at all. Of course, both players are still making their decisions, still thinking really hard. Of course, Rakdos is like, have to think, is Sneasel gonna go for the fake out, and which Pokemon is he gonna fake out? And we do see the Mega Evolution coming from Rakdos' side. Mega Aerodactyl is the Mega of choice instead of Mega Frostlass. And let's see what the Sneasel is gonna do. The Sneasel is both. So King Gambit goes for the Protect, no Protect coming up from the Mega Aerodactyl. Sneasel just go for the Fake Out onto the Mega Aerodactyl, flinching it. And Goldmite's Aerodactyl is probably just gonna go for a Tailwind. Now Sneasel is gonna be the fastest thing on the field, which is very, very crucial because it could threaten the King Gambit with a close combat. Despite the fact that the King Gambit has a Chopper Berry, it is not able to consume it thanks to the Unnerve ability of Mega Aerodactyl. A switch up coming from Rakdos onto the Basculegion, gonna eat the Rock Slide coming from the Aerodactyl, doing big damage on both Pokemon. Sneasel goes for the close combat, makes the right call, picks up the KO onto the Mega Aerodactyl, and that's a very, very crucial knockout over there. Now, Sneasel -1, but with the White Herb and Unburden boost, it is now absolutely the fastest thing on the field. The momentum is really in Goldmite's favor right now, so Rakdos is just gonna bring in his last Pokemon at the back, which is the Sneasler. Again, I think both Sneasels have a very, very similar moveset of Protect, Die Claw, Close Combat, and Fake Out. So it's just a matter of like what moves they decide to make. The opposing Sneasel from Goldmite is just gonna protect. No, we're gonna see a double protect from both sides. Just gonna make sure they are safe from the Fake Out. Crucially, Aerodactyl Sash is still maintained there. The Basculegion of Rakdos is just gonna go for a liquidation onto the protected Aerodactyl. So a bunch of nothing happening thanks to Protect. Let's see what both players are about to do after they have burned their Protect turns. So Rakdos Sneasel just go for the Protect, protecting itself from any harm. And the Dire Claw is just gonna go onto the Basculegion. Is it gonna get any status condition? It is going to get the Sleep. Oh, that is crucial. Rock Slide just gonna do some very, very nice residual damage, bringing Basculegion into the red, and Basculegion is just gonna take its first turn of sleep. Oh, that Dire Claw was crucial, getting the sleep, and there is a 30% chance of the Basculegion waking up this turn, but it's still very, very much in Goldmite's favor thanks to all the Rock Slides and of course this Dire Claw. Basculegion does take a second turn of sleep, so the Dire Claw is just gonna go onto the opposing Sneasler. Not very effective, but still managed to get a sleep. What is this Sneasler doing with the Dire Claw? Holy crap. 2 sleep statuses onto the Dire Claw. This is not really looking good for Rakdos, and Rakdos is just gonna press the forfeit button. The first game win is just gonna go onto Goldmite thanks to Dire Claw just getting sleep every single time. Wow, that was two Dire Claw sleeps. Incredible. Okay, so both players are ready for game 2 and we are going to spectate them as they are going into team preview soon. Go Mike won the first game, so now we're going to team preview for the second game. So it seems that both players have already made the decision on team preview. Now Go Mike has the 1 game advantage going into this game 2. But he decides he's going to lead differently. He's going to lead with the Aerodactyl and Garchomp. Different leads from both sides as well. Rakdos is going to opt for the Mega Froslass instead and partnering it with the Basque Legion. So I guess now Rakdos has concluded that maybe I want to bring the weather in, probably like, Aurora Veil or whatnot from the Froslass. Of course, we're gonna see Rakdos Mega Evolve the Froslass to Mega Froslass, getting the Snow up and a defensive boost along the way thanks to the Snow Warning. However, Aerodactyl is still gonna move first, and it's just gonna go for the Tailwind. Gonna make sure Garchomp becomes the second fastest thing to move, and the Garchomp is just gonna go for the Rock Tomb. Super effective damage, but thanks to the defense boost, it is surviving more than 50% and gets the speed drop. Froslass is gonna move last thanks to the speed drop of Rock Tomb. So Basque Legion move first, brings the Aerodactyl to Sash thanks to Liquidation, and I think the Froslass is just gonna go for an Aurora Veil instead of going for the Blizzard. Okay, so now there's a defensive boost for all its Pokemons. I think it's interesting that the Froslass decided not to go for the Blizzard. I do think that perhaps he just doesn't want the free switch in for both Pokemons. From Go Mike's side, you do see the Aqua Jet comes in, knocks out the Aerodactyl, easy peasy. Now the Garchomp probably can't threaten the knockout onto the Froslass, so it just goes for the Earthquake, deals some spread damage. Both of them survive reliably, and the single target Blizzard is just gonna pick up the knockout onto the Garchomp. And I think Rakdos is in a much more comfortable position than he was in the previous round, because now, while Go Mike has the speed advantage with Tailwind, Rakdos does have more bulk with Aurora Veil active. So even if the Charizard that just came in changes the weather to the sun, it is still fine because the Aurora Veil is already active. So the defensive boost is still applied regardless of the weather change. I do think that Go Mike might want to change the weather, but he could also try to hold off the Mega Evolution at the moment since he already has the speed advantage. And any heat wave would just knock it out. We do see the Froslass switch out to the Garchomp from Rakdos side, and of course the Charizard just goes for the very, very safe protecting itself from any harm from the Liquidation Aqua Jet, but we do see Rakdos Basque Legion goes for the Protect as well, crucially protecting itself from the Last Respect from Go Mike's side. And this, now that the Basque Legion went for Last Respect, so this Go Mike's Basque Legion is gonna lock itself onto Last Respect since it's a jolly natured Basque Legion that has a Choice Scarf. So at this situation, I do think that the Basque Legion just threatened both Pokemon with a Last Respect, and we do see Aqua Jet coming up from the Rakdos Basque Legion, bringing Go Mike's Charizard to the red, and also dying in the process to Last Respects from the Go Mike's Basque Legion. But a Weather Ball! Ice Weather Ball onto the Garchomp. Extremely effective, but not enough to pick up the knockout, and Garchomp just goes for the Rock Slide. Basque Legion avoids the attack, but crucially it does pick up the kill onto the Charizard with this extremely effective Rock Slide that I don't think the Charizard will be able to survive regardless. So while the opposing Tailwind have petered out, I think crucially the Garchomp had enough bulk to survive a non-stab Ice-type Weather Ball from the Charizard, and this crucial survive thanks to the Aurora Veil actually mattered in the end, because right now Rakdos has the 3 Pokemon advantage, and the Basque Legion is very, very threatened by the Sucker Punch that we're going to see right here. Picks up the KO, easy peasy, 3-0 victory. Raktosaur ties it up 1-1 with Gold Might. And we're going to go into a game 3. So I do think that Raktosaur made a very, very good adjustment here. Crucially, being able to knock out both of Gold Might's front Pokemon to force the Charizard to play a game of to protect or not to protect. And because he's set up the Aurora Veil in turn 1, it was able the Frostlass was crucially able to survive a lot of things and able to shift the weather into the favor of Raktosaur instead of Gold Might. Now we're gonna go into the team preview for game 3 of the set. I wonder what adjustments will this player make.
Hello, I am back.
Hi Jamie, we are in game 3.
Oh, game 3.
Yes, both game 1 and game 2 passed by relatively quickly, and now we are on to game 3. Yeah.
So who's had the advantage so far, would you say?
Neither.
Neither.
Because I do think that it was a curb storm match on both sides. Actually, Gold Might was super lucky in game 1. Dire Claw proc sleep twice.
Oh, brother. Well, even though Dire Claw has been nerfed to 30% chance to proc any of its status afflictions, it's still Dire Claw at the end of the day.
Yes. So now the both players have made their decision, so we're going to go into the all-crucial game 3 between Raktosaur and Gold Might. And we do see the same leads from Gold Might, leading with Garchomp and Aerodactyl, and Frostlass and Basculegion from Raktosaur's side.
Right, so now
I'm kind of surprised that Gold Might went for the same leads as before, because considering that was the leads that caused him to lose the game. But you know anything, he could make different plays this time around, so hopefully things may change, though I am kind of doubtful. If Raktosaur make his... I think if Raktosaur play his cards right, I think the game will still be in his favor.
Right, and we do see the Frostlass Mega evolving, setting up the Snow, getting better control for now, but just a Tailwind, followed up by the Aerodactyl.
And again, the Rock Tomb, but this time onto the Basculegion slot instead of the Frostlass slot, dropping the speed of the Basculegion.
And just an Aurora Veil, not bothering to go for the damage with Blizzard.
Yes, and Liquidation coming out onto the onto the Basculegion, bringing the Aerodactyl to the Focus Sash. So basically, Raktosaur made the same play as the previous turn, going for the Liquidation to bring Aerodactyl to Sash, and at the same time going for the Aurora Veil, where Gold Might made a different play, where he Rock Tomb the Basculegion instead.
And the Aqua Jet will pick up the KO on the Aerodactyl, and now Raktosaur has the lead, and just the Earthquake will do damage to both opposing Pokemon. However, the Aurora Veil ensuring that both of these Pokemon survive even a soft sand boosted Earthquake.
Yes, and we do see a double knockout, which I think plays very similarly as the previous game 2, where setting up Aurora Veil and proceeding to just press Blizzard.
Right, but now the Charizard comes in, can get the weather advantage at this moment, but if the Frostlass ever switches out, then weather advantage is won for Raktosaur.
Yes, you are correct, and I do think the Charizard may want to conserve his Mega Evolution by doing something else first. I think crucially the Basculegion has to be knocked out, otherwise it's threatening the Charizard immensely.
That's right, it is -1 though, and Gold Might does have Tailwind up as well, so he has quite a decent lead at the moment. Frostlass will switch out into Garchomp.
Yes, and I do think the last respect from the Gold.MAX Bastion will come out, but not before the Mega Evolution from Charizard, so changing the weather from snow to sun.
That's right. It's now this Aqua Jet will do still a decent chunk on the Charizard. That's the power of adaptability. Bascule Legion able to pick up the Revenge KO onto the Bascule Legion. And now this Charizard, what does it go for? It will be just the Solar Beam into the Garchomp, which will do more damage than Heat Wave or Weather Ball.
Yeah, but thanks to the Aurora Veil boost, the Garchomp is gonna take the hit very handily. And now King Gambit is gonna come in to threaten the Bascule Legion, and the Garchomp is just gonna threaten the Charizard. So I do think that Gold.MAX is being placed in a very checkmate-ish scenario.
That's right, this Bascule Legion Choice Scarf, so it cannot switch from Last Respect. So this King Gambit does have a very free Sucker Punch and picks up the one-hit KO. Charizard might need to go for a burn.
Yes,
Heat
he
Wave.
needs to go for the burn. Heat Wave is gonna... Oh, that looks like a critical hit onto the King Gambit. Is that a critical hit? It is...
It is a critical hit, bypassing Aurora Veil, and if the burn does come off... No, it does not. Rock Slide will hit the Charizard, and that will be a win for Rakdos-Lore. A 4-0. At 4-0 right now. A very strong performance.
Yes, so congratulations to Rakdos-Lore for doing extremely well in this tournament.
That's right, 4-0 now, but Great Gold-MAX still at 3-1. There's still potential for him to finish second place, or if Rakdos-Lore does lose his final game, even potentially take first place. So don't give up hope just yet. There is still chance for you to win the whole thing.
And we still have, I think, 3 more games left, but yeah, there's still 3 more games ongoing right now. Solo Snivy versus Azuran, Jihazmi versus Shami, and Vanille versus Jun.
Right, it looks like Gia might have just beaten Shami in one of the games. And Vanille and Junpei still ongoing, and the final match here, Solo Snivy versus Azuran. So right now, it looks like one of the games have just completed.
Yep, it's appears 2-0 from Jihazmi.
Right, and Jihazmi with that Mega Gyarados team, I believe, managing to go 2-2 at the current moment in time, putting himself in quite a decent position to finish in the top half of the tournament. And we will now see the last remaining match between Solo Snivy and Azuran. And here we have the Woofy's Global Challenge team with Entrainment, Mega Holucha, and Fissure Snorlax. A very, very strong combination if you manage to pull it off. However, it's very difficult to pull off when your opponent knows what you're going to go for with this team. So it's a team with very tight margins. But it looks like Azuran managed to get one game off Solo Snivy. We'll see if he's able to get another. Sneasler will protect in front of the Holucha, which goes for Brave Bird, just going to be protected there. Gigaton Hammer goes into Snorlax and doesn't pick up the KO, just barely. And the Fissure comes out, guaranteeing the one-hit KO will be taken onto the Tinkaton. This lead, it looks like Solo Snivy is in quite a bit of trouble. It's just these two Pokemon has not switched out yet. Meanwhile, Solo Snivy is down to his last 2.
It's a tough one. It's honestly a tough one because Tyranitar does lose to the Holucha. No guard cross chop is gonna hurt a lot.
That's right. These two Pokemon and Sneasler just protected it last turn, can't go for another protect safely, so it's really at risk to another Brave Bird, and Tyranitar, well, the cross chop will threaten it as you mentioned. It's very difficult here.
Tyranitar is going to Mega Evolve, but I do think that he has to protect to be shielded from stuff. But a Brave Bird coming up from the Holucha just gonna pick up the tail onto the Sneasler.
Right, no chance for Sneasler at all, but we have to see what this Tyranitar does. Manages to pick up the knockout onto the Snorlax with Rock Slide. But Holucha crucially surviving, which means it can go for a cross chop in the next turn.
Yeah, if it does have a cross chop, I didn't really check that whether it has a cross chop. I do think it should have a cross chop. Right? No, it has a close combat.
It has close combat, which does even more damage. And Politoed does come out, gaining weather control and practically confirming the win for Azuran here in round 4.
Yep. And the battle has ended with a forfeit.
And
Azuran taking the victory 2-1.
Right, not even needing to go into that last mon. Quite a dominant victory with the Fissure Snorlax. And Azuran, I believe, will be 2-2 as well.
Oh no, I think it's 3-2 after this win.
Oh, 3-1.
3-1, yeah.
3-1. So a very strong showing. He'll be in contention to win the whole tournament, depending on the last game. And we still have one more game going on between Venyo and Junpei, which we will not be able to stream at the current moment.
Yep. I am going to mute myself.
Alright, so it looks like we will take a short break until the last game will be completed. So, oh, hello, how was the game against Azuban? Ooh. That's fair. Yeah, Brave Bird is a crazy move. Right. Oof. Yeah. That's true. That's right, yeah. You had to predict that, which is very difficult.
Yeah, so Oko, definitely a good plan. If it was my team during MBL, I at least have firepower to deal with it, but today I'm playing a more less powered team, not enough fighting type moves. So yeah, I can't cover for that one.
Yeah, that's fair. One more game to go, so that would be, I believe it is Vanille versus Junpei.
Yeah, that one we'll have to wait for a bit. So let me just give a few thoughts on today. I think today's 5-round Swiss is pretty good, pretty well done. I do think there are some complications because of the limited manpower, right? It's like not enough TOing. Like for example, like very hard to. I still have to answer everybody's questions in case something happens, and I have to focus on stream, and I have to play. So yeah, I'm a little. I went greedy this time. I wanted to play, but like okay, next time I'll probably hold back a bit. I'll hold back a bit.
Yeah, it's tough to play and try to organize everything at the same time, but it went quite well. I feel.
Yeah, so my team has the surprise factor, as if currently can see, but definitely doesn't have the straight kill power that you might need to deal with whenever you're dealing with like very specific matchups. For example, if King Gambit's in the back and I don't have any mons left, it's very bad for me. Same thing with like if they have a fighting type at the back, or let's say for example Halucha and Snorlax, right? They both have fighting type moves. My team has 2 dark types. Kinda dead weight at that point.
Yeah, but the Tinkaton is a really interesting Pokemon, and we did see the Fairy Feather do so much damage with Play Rough as well to a lot of your opposing Pokemon, especially in that game 1.
Yeah, so my consideration with Fairy Feather, definitely because I want to at least slightly match like Gigaton Hammer's level of power. They are both stab, but as you all know, Tinkaton's attack stat is not the best, right?
Yeah.
So
75.
at least a Fairy Feather will boost it enough to match like maybe one single, not a Pixelate Hyper Voice, but like a single Moonblast level power lah, at least.
That's right. Adamant as well for maximum damage. I believe Sunny mentioned earlier, but the own tempo prevents Intimidate drops. Is that right?
That did benefit a lot whenever Incineroar comes into play. But no matter what, Incineroar maybe cannot hurt me in terms of like my power, but I don't have that much power to begin with, so that's definitely a flaw.
That's right, but the Hydreigon is also a very underexplored Pokemon at the moment.
With
Right,
Hydreigon, I was aiming again to mainly counter special attackers, plus Charizard naturally, right? It can at least resist. So for example, in game 1, in our last game against Azuran, I believe, I managed to snarl like 3 times on his Politoed and Sinistra. Now Sinistra kept swapping in and out with Incineroar, but like it doesn't really hurt my Hydreigon, right? And eventually he had to forfeit that game. But that was because Politoed was his remaining attacker, and it's already neutered. Like what can you do, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's true. It's a very interesting team. Has 2 modes as well. 1 out of Trick Room, 1 in Trick Room, and Instruct is always such a powerful move to have. Getting to click the same move twice basically, but it's also quite hard to use.
Yeah, so I was practically making up for lack of power with Instruct in a sense. But in this past 2 sets, I couldn't really get a Trick Room off. And for this last game just now, obviously Snorlax is actually the slowest thing on the field, so Trick Room wouldn't have been the best either.
Yeah,
so I got hit with two direct like counters to my level of power. It is what it is.
Unfortunately, the Holucha Snorlax team is not very common right now, but especially in best of 3. But your opponent did make that call, and well, he had quite a good matchup against you.
Yeah, because like first game was quite greedy. He had 2 Parasong Pokemon on the team. I mean Gengar got the Parasong, but I actually killed it in 2 hits with Oranguru. So luckily that one didn't really result in much, and that is also why I won, because his main hit, like strongest Pokemon, is technically Gengar in that situation. Didn't get to launch much off, and the matchup against Holucha Snorlax was garbage, so I can't say much.
Yeah, unfortunate, but well, you're still doing decently well, I believe.
Let's look
in the
a
tournament.
bit at some of our other teams that they've played. So right now, obviously in the bracket, Ragdoslore 2-1 the Great Gold Mine, we all saw that. Zelk did 2-0, Son of Aceh. Shin Blaze, I believe 2-0, obviously lah, like Kiz is not here lah, right? That one is like, okay, technically, the technicalities. I got 2-1, Dextro Celine 2-0'd his opponent. Forb 2-0'd his opponent as well, and then we got one more set still going on as per usual. Junpei's set is quite long. Not to say it's because of him, but let's look at the matchups.
Well, I believe that the team Vanille brought is quite similar to the team you just faced, the Snorlax Holucha.
Oh, it's another
team.
Oko team? Alamak.
Yes, I believe so. And we did see Junpei's team earlier, which is kind of like the Protect the Queen variant. It's a good Protect the Queen style team. So it can take quite a bit of time, especially since, you can redirect entrainment away from the from the Snorlax and Holucha, so you kinda need to go for the Perish Trap mode, which can take a while.
Alright, seems like they're done.
Seems like they're done. Alright.
Alright guys, we're gonna go into round 5 very soon, very soon. This is the last set of the day, and thank to everyone for joining our tournament. We hope to host this more often, but as of right now, the player count isn't as easy to get, right? Because one, there's no mobile version yet. Two, people are busy, right? You can't expect everyone to play. But every 2 weeks on weeknights, we're still gonna do this as per usual. Like a paid entry with a prize pool at the end will be less common. The next tournament will be in 2 weeks. The next paid prize pool tournament should be either July or so. End of July, maybe.
Alright. But yeah, it's very good practice, even if it's not these type of paid tournaments, not Swiss, because we don't get much tournaments in Malaysia. So if you guys do have the time to join, give us some of your Tuesdays or whenever it's held, and it's very good experience. A lot of good players are joining.
Commentating today?
Ooh, it's very tough. It's a very tough job, needing to constantly yap out of my brain, but you're hanging in there. First time doing something like this as well, so it's an experience, and I'll never diss another commentator in my life again.
Yeah, like you have to juggle all the information that comes out, explain to the viewers what could happen, and if it does happen, oh, that's some good shit right there. You have to at least praise or like give credit to whatever player that manages to pull off the plan. You can pretty much see the plan on the table, right? When you see the open team sheets, it's just how to execute. Open team sheet is actually pretty fun. I hope everybody who is struggling in ladder can join our tournament.
Yeah, ladder is a whole different experience. You just meet a lot of unconventional stuff. I've seen people complain about things like Trick Room Gengar, or things like suddenly a Mega Gardevoir is using Vacuum Wave. There's a lot of things that couldn't go wrong.
Vacuum Wave Gardevoir?
Yeah, it's a decent option versus like King Gambits, right?
Just for priority, isn't it?
Yeah, for priority. But in open team sheets, which are the main tournament formats, you do get a lot of information that you might not get otherwise in closed team sheets. And now it's open natures as well, so you get even more information. So the best players can really take that information and try to manipulate that in order to win their games, right?
Right now, we're just waiting for the players to like finish their conversation, because obviously after playing a set, you kind of want to talk to your opponent a bit, get to see, you know. I dealt with Oko, so I relate a lot to what Junpei faced just now. It is disgusting. You need firepower in the case that happens, and guys, when you're team building, it's good to be tanky, but if you don't have firepower, it's also kind of useless.
That's true. You know, stall is a very difficult strategy to pull off in VGC. If, you know, in single battles, it might be a bit easier to pull off because you're just one Pokemon facing another Pokemon. But in VGC, the battles are so fast paced. You have two Pokemon at the same time, and you can get overwhelmed quite quickly. If you don't have the firepower, it's very difficult to break through using stall. And especially against Holucha and Snorlax teams, which, you know, your bulkiness doesn't matter. You just get KO'd in one hit, right?
Yep. Alright, we're running in with our final round of the day. Hopefully everybody enjoyed today's games. It has been a struggle for me personally. So yeah, I hope everybody had fun either way. And hope to do this sooner than later. Alright, we got Rakdoslar versus Shinblaze, the Great Goldmine versus Zeraku, Azuran versus Dextrose, me versus Son of Aceh, Forb wins this one 2-0. He's facing Kiz. Kiz is not here. Vano versus Mentega Kacha. And then Shami versus Junpei. Who do you want to pick?
Alright, so, I mean, once again, Rakdos versus Shinblaze would just be... It's almost kind of like a final, right? Whoever wins could potentially win the tournament.
Players, right? Is it?
Yeah, Rakdos is 4-0, Shinblaze is 3-1, Great Goldmine is 3-1 as well versus Zeruku, I also believe is 3-1.
Right now, Rakdos is in the league with a 4, right? Yeah. So...
Yeah, and
I want to see Expedio Titar, so...
So who are we looking at?
Shinblaze. Unfortunately, we're gonna see Rakdos again.
We'll be
It
seeing
is what it
Rakdos
is. He's the
a
highest
third time.
scoring player right now. It is what it is.
When you're good, you're good.
No, I just want to see Expedio and Kareta, so that's why. I think there are two players bringing Expedio Kareta, but slightly different composition.
Yes, this team from Shinblaze is a Sand team, but with Mega Scovillain as well, which, you know, a lot of people joked before Regulation MA started that it would be a bad Pokemon, that it's not bulky enough, but now when we got into tournaments, it's shown some results.
Definitely a fair amount of trouble. Okay.
Yes, its ability Spicy Spray, such an annoying ability to deal with, especially since most of the format right now is physical attackers. So it's very difficult to play around, especially with Rage Powder.
I do think that, like, if Shinblaze is able to win this match, he might be able to seize the win from seize the victory from
dominant
Rakdos.
win, right?
Yes.
That's right,
because it depends on like the win rate and stuff, right? Like who they face and all that. So there's a possibility that there might be an upset. Yeah.
Right, the resistance is very important, as we saw in Indianapolis just passed by, where a few players couldn't make top 16, in MPL where a lot of players couldn't make top 16 because of resistance, and here now where Shinblaze might just be able to steal the whole tournament from Rakdos lore if he manages to win this. But the players now getting set up into their rooms. It'll be Sand team versus a good stuff team with Frostlasts. So once again, we will see some weather war at play.
Alright, they're starting things off, and I will sign out. Thanks, guys. Oh, wait, never mind. The session interrupted. I need to log back into my own room. Ah!
Oh, buddy. Okay, so the players will be getting into team preview right now. And one thing to note about this match, unable to the stream can't see the Pokemon right now. You can do it. So now that stream preview is up, the team preview is up, we see Shinblaze versus Rakdos, and the thing about Rakdos' team, there's 5 Pokemon who use physical attacks, and none of them are immune to Rage Powder. So the Mega Scovillain might just be a very prominent Pokemon in this matchup.
We just see that both players have already locked in their team, so we see what they're gonna lead. Sneasel and Frostlass from Rakdos' side, and Corviknight Rotom on Shinblaze's side of the field.
Right, so no weather control on Shinblaze's side, potentially just waiting for Rakdos to get it up and then take over from there. However, this Corviknight will be very annoying for Rakdos to handle. Such a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, I do see the Corviknight have a sign that says fake out. Please fake out me, otherwise I would do a lot of things. So I do think that Rakdos may be inclined to press fake out onto the Corviknight slot.
That's right. Corviknight does not have protect and has a lot of very dangerous moves against Rakdos, so it is probably in his best interest just to fake it out. But first, Mega Frostlass will set up the snow, and fake out does indeed connect onto Corviknight.
Yeah, so Corviknight gonna flinch, but more importantly, Rakdos is gonna get that also crucial Aurora Veil out from the Frostlass to make his Pokemon a lot more bulkier.
Damage will be mitigated onto his side by a lot, but Thunderbolt critical hit, ignoring the Aurora Veil immediately. What a way to start the match.
And Corviknight just shrugs off the fake out and heals back to full with the leftovers.
Alright, so that was a pretty good turn for Shinblaze, getting the Thunderbolt critical hit. However, now Rakdos can start to do damage, and well, the opposing side does not have the same Aurora Veil, so a lot more damage will be going down into this. But does the Tyranitar switch in?
Yes, but even though the sand is up, right, it just makes accuracy of Blizzard worse. But that
And
being
it
said,
doesn't matter.
using both Pokemons.
And the close combat into the Corviknight doesn't get the KO. That's how bulky Corviknight is. Two strong attacks, just shrugs it off.
Yeah.
And Iron Head comes out into the Frostlass, does around half HP. But now Rakdos is in a good position. Both Pokemon on Shinblaze are really threatened by the opposing side.
Yeah, not to mention they're both slower than Rakdos like Frostlass and Sneasel, who just got the Unburden boost.
Right, a close combat threatens everything, and even a Shadow Ball can pick up the KO on Corviknight from this range, I believe. So the ball is really in Rakdos' court. It is up to Shinblaze to respond right now.
Yep, precisely. Though the Frostlass is threatened by, they can't really do much to Tyranitar, but thanks to the Sneasel present, right, the Sneasel is just gonna wreak havoc.
That is right. Potentially you might see a switch, but depending on which Pokemon is in the back, you might not even want to do that. It might be risky. But Corviknight does switch out into the Excadrill.
That seems a bit risky though.
Yes, it's risking so much damage in front of these two Pokemon. A close combat will ruin its entire day. But Tyranitar just goes for the Mega Evolution. And the close combat does go into it, which means Tyranitar goes down and weather control is lost.
And I think the Frostlass is free to go for like a Shadow Ball or a Blizzard. Yep.
It'll just be a Shadow Ball and huge amounts of damage to the Excadrill, taking it down with a crit. And the special defense drop as well, but that won't really matter when its HP is so low right now. And it's a very tricky spot now because the Sneasler has White Herb activated, which means that the Excadrill is still slower than the Sneasler, even in Sandstorm.
Yes, you're correct. But the Rotom is in a slightly decent position here. I mean, it could just go for like a Thunderbolt or anything just to like knock the Sneasler up.
That's
But
right,
it
that's
does,
full HP.
but of course the Frostlass can just go back and change the weather and provide the weather advantage for later in the game.
That is right, and we see exactly that. So, right now, Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon, Excadrill is the second, but in future turns, once Frostlass comes back in, this will not be the case anymore. Rotom protects, and Excadrill does not protect, calling out that the Sneasler will not close combat and gets an Earthquake off into the King Gambit.
Wow.
Very courageous, but you see how effective Aurora Veil is, barely taking any damage from the Earthquake, a super effective move. Excadrill is a strong Pokemon as well, so that's huge for Rakdos.
I do see Rakdos coming in with his Frostlass to change the weather. But
That is
to
possible.
be fair, I don't think he needs to be afraid of the Excadrill at all because Sneasler is naturally faster than Excadrill anyway.
And we do see a switch back into Frostless, as you called, Sunny. What does the Sneasler do in response? Excadrill will protect, preventing it from any sucker punches before and close combats, which does go into the Excadrill. So 2 perfectly called turns from Rakdoslor. And just the Thunderbolt stop Frostless surviving on 2 HP.
Oh,
That
go
is
onto the
huge.
Frost Lord.
And now Frostless is free to set up another Auroraville, and that will make the King Gambit very difficult to KO once it comes back out. And remember, this Sneasler is still the fastest thing on the field. Excadrill is threatened by it and any sucker punches in the future.
Yep, I do think that the Sneasler will probably just go for the Rotoms.
That's right, it can very well just do that. Corviknight comes back in. So low HP at the moment. Close combat will pick up the KO onto Corviknight. Its bulk doesn't matter that much when it's already so low on HP. But Rotom now can pick up the revenge KO. Just a Shadow Ball from Frostless. Doing, wow, so much damage from Mega Frostless.
Yeah, but do keep in mind, I do think this Rotom is built to be speedy, because it is timid in nature, and also I do think his HP is on the lower side.
And Mega Frostless is a very strong Mega Pokemon. Taken down in this turn with a Will-O-Wisp. But now Sneasler is still on the field, still the fastest thing, and looks un-KOable at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how long the Sneasler has stayed with all its attack drop. I believe it is like in minus 2 at the moment, which means he has like landed 3 close combats in a row without like getting hit, like knocked out.
That's insane longevity from this Sneasler, still surviving on 22 HP, and in front of 2 Pokemon that it severely threatens at the moment.
Okay, so
Rotom
Rotom goes for the
protects.
protect. And
What
does
does
Excadrill protect?
do? No, just a Sucker Punch will pick up the KO on Excadrill, and now it's Rotom versus 3 of Rakdoslor's Pokemon. Looks like a very unwinnable position for Shinblaze right now.
Yeah, looks like Rakdoslor is just gonna get this commanding 1-0 win to secure his position as being undefeated in this tournament.
Right, and one more win away from winning the whole tournament. This was such a dominant performance from Rakdoslor, starting from the first turn of the match. And close combat will actually just get the KO on Rotom.
Seriously, how many close combat did this Sneasler did? I think it did like at least like use up all its close combat PP, I think.
It is staying on the field for so long and outputting so much damage, not getting burned, not getting paralyzed. It's just such a strong Pokemon in this meta.
So both players are just gonna prepare for game 2.
And we'll see what Shinblaze can do to prevent Rakdoslor from winning it all right now in this crucial game 2.
I do think that if Shinblaze wants to win, he probably needs to have like his like Tyranitar as the lead to prevent the Auroraville from coming up. Play the chicken game of who Megas first.
That's right. Or I could even potentially see that the Scovillain comes out. A lot of his team is actually quite weak to the Scovillain.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Of course, if he can protect the Scovillain or give it enough, like if he could tank enough sufficient hits in time, give all the physical attackers the burn that it deserves.
That's right. We will see what these 2 trainers have decided on. In the second game, it will just be a repeat of Sneasler plus Frostless and Corviknight for Rotom on Shinblaze's side as well.
No changes in the leads for Shinblaze. I would think that he may want to change up a little bit, but he still remained with the 2 leads, Though I do think that maybe a Will-O-Wisp may come up from the Rotom Wash, but we shall see as Raptor's Law Mega evolves his Frostlass break in
That's
the
true.
snow.
And in turn 1 of the last game, Shinblaze actually did get the turn almost perfectly. But this time switching it up, Blizzard into the Corviknight plus Rotom. Even though Rotom resists that attack, it does nearly 50% HP due to the critical hit. In close combat,
Close combat onto the Corviknight. Corviknight crucially survives with 16 hit points. And of course,
And-
the Unburdened boost coming from the Sneasel. What is the Corviknight gonna go for?
no Auroraville this turn as well, which it could mean that one of these Pokemon goes down. No, it's just a Tailwind. But crucially, the Sneasler did get off the close combat, which means it is still the fastest. However, it can't fend off both of these Pokemon at the same time.
And more importantly, if Excadrill and Tyranitar is at the back, this time around the Excadrill will be faster because it is Sand Rush plus Tailwind.
That is right, and even if Auroraville is set up, Sneasler still will potentially go down to one single Earthquake. That's just how strong the Excadrill is, but first going for the close combat, and will we see a repeat of game 1 where this Sneasler just keeps going crazy with close combat?
A Thunderbolt coming onto Rotom, bringing the Kingambit to more than 50% thanks to the critical hit and a crucial
Paralysis!
What is going on with all the critical hits and paralysis and everything in between?
Well, it's utterly insane. However, a thing to note, in Champions, paralysis means there's only a 12.5% chance the Pokemon does not move, which is a drop from the previously 25% chance. So the paralysis is less impactful since Kingambit is already naturally so slow.
Yeah, that's true. I do hope that Shinblaze does some defensive moves with his Tyranitar because otherwise it's just gonna eat a third close combat from the Sneasel.
That's right, he does have Tailwind up, but no amount of Tailwind will allow a Tyranitar to outspeed a unburdened Sneasler. And what does this go for? Protect from Rotom? Will we see the same from Tyranitar? No, it's just a close combat, and Retislor has gotten rid of the Mega from Shinblaze's side. Unbelievable. And once again, Sneasler just keeps clicking close combat.
Low kick onto the Rotom Wash, which is like... I don't know about that. Rotom Wash is really like...
Right, it might have just been targeting down the Tyranitar, but we will never know as Tyranitar goes down in one hit, and the last mon will be Excadrill. And importantly, if the Frostlass gets switched in, the speed advantage will be on the Sneasler's side once more.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that Shinblaze doesn't go for like... I guess more burns. Like, I think you alluded with this Mega Scovillain, like, could possibly burn some of his Rakdos Pokemons. But since Rotom has Will-O-Wisp, you know, that's something that you can go for as well.
That's right, close combat goes into Excadrill, survives on the Focus Sash, is free to click Earthquake to potentially get the KO on both of these Pokemon. So Shinblaze is still in this game.
Yes, and we do see, okay, Thunderbolt probably gonna pick up the KO onto the Frostlass. Oh no,
It
gonna
doesn't.
be a break.
And it's just
Oh.
high horsepower, not going for Earthquake. And that means that Frostlass will still be alive this next turn.
Yes, importantly, Tailwind peters up, so whoever Rakdos has the back, whether it's the Garchomp or the Basculegion, I think it's just a cleanup from there.
Right, Basculegion has Aqua Jet, has Last Respects. This Rotom will not be enough to be able to beat both of these Pokemon. Especially since the Basculegion is carrying Focus Sash as well. It's looking very dire for Shinblaze.
Yes, very, very dire. What does...
Frostlass is the fastest Pokemon as well.
I do think Last Respects also picks up the KO under the Rotom Wash at this range.
Well, one KO has gone down, and to be fair, this Rotom, as you mentioned, is not that bulky, but just Aqua Jet to be safe KOs the Excadrill. And it's Rotom once again versus 3 of Rakdoslore's Pokemon.
Yes, and you do see the Shadow Ball coming up from the 4-stars. Gonna bring the Rotom to
Huge
the red.
damage. And special defense drop means it's almost practically over. Do we see a paralysis once again? No.
Yeah, but at this point, I think an Aqua Jet could just... Yep, and we do see a forfeit coming out from Shin Blade's side. Rakdosaur is gonna be winning and staying undefeated.
And he has gone 5-0 in this tournament, which means he is the winner of today's tournament of Champions on the Rise Lv.MAX.
Congratulations to Rakdosaur. Of course, we still have to wait for everyone's games to be concluded before for the final standings. But yeah, Rakdosaur being undefeated, so huge congrats to him.
Huge congrats. He'll finish at the top of the podium, but crucially, second place will still get prizes as well. So don't give up hope yet. The Great Goat might. How about Azuran versus Jaya? Because I believe Azuran still has a chance to finish second. Oh, but his opponent win percentage is very low. So it's looking like even if he wins, he might not get second place. And we're joining in the middle of Azuran versus Jaya. Politoed and Mega Gengar versus Volcarona and Tauros. Just a double protect coming out. Looks like looks like Parasong has already been set up. Volcarona just going for Morning Sun, which will heal less in rain, only 25%. Down from the normally 50%, and Volcarona just healing up with leftovers. Looks like a very, very bulky set. This looks like currently a very tricky spot for Azuran to be in, with Volcarona getting boosted by the rain. Sorry, Tauros getting boosted by the rain. Volcarona does not want to be in the rain, but it's threatened by a lot on the field at the moment.
But that isn't a Tauros though. I think that's a Hisuian Zora. Because the Tauros on the right, on the user interface, you can see that the Tauros has been knocked out. It seems.
That's true, and we will see a switch out, a double switch out. Even though the UI does say that Snorlax is dead. Champions, we need to have a word.
Oh yeah, you're right. How come? It's so weird.
What is going on? And of course, Swagger will miss on the Sinistcha, which was a change made in Generation 6 due to how broken Swagger Thunderous, I believe, was.
I do think that maybe perhaps the Snorlax is not even brought out to the field because maybe the UI is a bit cringe and just labeled Snorlax as knocked out. But we do see the 4 Pokemon being Polito, Gengar, Sinistcha, and like Incineroar, I think.
That's right, and the Perish timer has already been set onto Tauros and Volcarona, down to 1. After this turn, both of these Pokemon will get KO'd. So the double protect, very safe, just to get the win.
Yes, and now after all the leftovers and stuff, the Perish count is gonna fall to 0, and we're gonna see both Pokemons being knocked out.
So it will be a win for Azuran. Unsure actually of whether this is game 2 or game 3, or maybe even game 1.
It's we can check the logs and see. I do
That's
think
true.
that from the logs, Azuran, defeated 4 battles in a row. So that's probably a 2-0 right there.
That will be a 2-0 for Azuran. So managing to go 4-1 as well. But unfortunately, Azuran's resistance is too low to get second place, meaning that the top three will be Ragnaslor, followed by Lv.MAX, and followed by Azuran.
Was the room just disbanded?
Yeah, I think all the matches have concluded in this room. So
Right. Gotcha.
Can't really view something that doesn't exist in the room.
that's fair. So that marks the end for the streamed matches for Champions on the Rise Lv.MAX. So
Alright, so let's see the standings for this one. I will put it on screen right now. How was you guys' experience today? I heard Jamie's, but what about Sunny?
It's all good. It's all good. I think to cast alone is kind of fun. Just now when Jimmy was on break.
he hates me. That's
No,
crazy.
it's not. It's not that. It's more like the flow of everything I want to say just flows really well because like of course there's like a partner, a co-caster kind of dynamic. But when you're like a single caster, you can just let everything loose. Like you can just say what you want to say and it just flows very well because nobody's gonna interfere.
Yeah,
just
that's
throw
true, that's
slander. JK. Alright, so here are the results right now. Naturally, Ragnaslor is more than likely the winner of today's tournament, right? I believe he won 5 games in a row. So congrats to him. Second place right now to be determined, but we still don't know just yet. Looking at the scores right now, the Lv.MAX did win his, so it's very likely that he won.
I think he is second place because the remaining matches that are have not concluded. I think their positions are like at the lower part of the bracket of the standings.
Yeah, looks to me that that's the way to.
I do believe that it hasn't been refreshed on your end yet.
Yeah, I'm looking because the standings don't show until after the whole round really updates. But the thing is with the Lv.MAX is between Zerk and him. Did Zelk also 2-0?
Zelk lost
Yeah,
to
Zelk lost to
Lv.MAX.
Lv.MAX, so Lv.MAX is definitely in the lead comparatively.
Yeah.
Shin Blaze
Just
lost to
to
Ragnaslor,
Ragnaslor.
so yeah. Azuran still has a chance to be second
Azuran
place.
won, however, his resistance is too low to win because he got down paired in this match.
Yep. So it's highly likely to be Lv.MAX. But with the first, congratulations, Ragnaslor. You have officially won our first Lv.MAX tournament where you get to win some cash prize. I'll contact you later for the prize. First time we did this online. Not even for Smash Bros. We done a paid tournament, like paid prize pool tournament yet, because there's just no players. Not enough players to more justify. Yeah, Smash Bros. Is a dying game. Hell yeah.
Well, let's hope there's something announced on Summer Game Fest, like this.
Pray for real. Nintendo Direct
Super
mana.
Smash
Come on,
Bros.
man. Looking in summary of today's tournament. So Ragnaslor's team, as everybody would have suggested, is definitely the winning team of the day, right? The standard. This is, I believe, this team seems to be similar to like at least the top 4 from, or at least the top cut from Indianapolis, because this is Mega Frostlass with a whole team of standard picks like Aerodactyl, Sneasel, King Gambit, Basculegion, and Garchomp. Pretty standard. It did definitely, I believe, 2 Frostlass made it to top cut in Indianapolis. I don't remember who. Definitely not the Frostlass didn't win, but I believe one made it to top 4, maybe.
I can't remember at all.
Ragnaslor puts in chat, I wanted to run Frostlass Dragonite, yeah, but couldn't find a list in time. It is what it is. Got any summary on thoughts of today's matches, guys?
we've seen some interesting teams mixed in with some good stuff's team, I would say. The standout, definitely the team from, I believe, Jia,
Jiha, yes,
Astros,
Jiha.
Jihad. Yeah.
Yeah.
The team with Hisuian Zoroark and Tauros Paldea.
The Gyarados and also Kangaskhan with Rock Slide.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The moves are very unorthodox, and you see that there's no Pokemon on the team has Protect, which is a very uncommon thing to see in VGC.
But somehow he's able to get like a convincing 2-0 victory on two of his opponents.
Yeah, and he managed to finish the day with 2 wins as well. Not too shabby at all.
For everyone in chat as well, let me know which matches were your favorites to watch, okay? The stream is definitely saved as a VOD. I don't think I clipped enough clips to make highlights, but I will probably do that eventually.
Clip the double burn.
Yeah, because I was playing. I'm too greedy this time. I shouldn't play. Next time I'll not play.
Click the Diaclaw sleep. There was I think there was a match that when Jimmy wasn't around, there was like, I think Diaclaw sleep triggered on 2 Pokemon, which is insane.
Oh brother.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
that
10%
one
chance
is
each.
such an unfortunate situation right there.
Hey, but-
Wouldn't want that to happen on me.
When you're playing VGC, especially in a format like this, low power formats, things kinda become susceptible to more RNG. Even in Regulation H back in Scarlet and Violet era, Sneasler was running the show with 50% Dire Claw, which was even more terrifying back then.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting, bro. That's disgusting. So
Oh,
as of right now, we are left one set ongoing. Shami versus Junpei still going. Vanu just 2-0'd his opponent Mentega Kacak. Congratulations to everybody here. For those of you on stream, let us know what your thoughts is in current MA is almost closing out actually. In just 2 weeks it's gonna close. So you guys had fun with MA. I don't know what the heck they're gonna do for MB, not gonna lie.
Fun is a word that could potentially be used to describe this format. But I'm really looking forward to MB coming out soon.
I hope they add more items, but again, I wouldn't know for sure. Right, I wouldn't know for sure.
Yeah, definitely. More items is more fun. I miss my life orb.
Now,
I
I
miss
should want to
my-
ask people, do you guys want like our players' team sheets at the end, at least the top 2? Does anybody want that?
Yeah, that would be nice for.
Surprisingly,
For
our
players.
Malaysian meta right now, like outside of the international scene, are almost all anti-meta teams. At least majority. They're trying to be anti-meta. Because I
Yeah.
think there's only 1 or 2 that uses Charizard Y. Not that many actually.
That's right. Luckily I'm
I
not
mean,
playing
whether
otherwise.
Why would you want to like bring in the heat?
I also don't see that many rain teams. Only a few. Sand team is definitely today's trend, I feel.
Yeah, we had around 3 or 4, I believe, and a few of them did quite well as well.
Yep, those in chat. ME is fun to watch and less fun to play, but still was a nice jumping off point into VGC with a simpler meta. Correct, Rakdos has stated his play. Also for everybody, we're gonna do an announcement this month for officially, like a teaser announcement for the next major tournament. Like the thing is, Master Ball League only happens once a year for Malaysia, right? I can at least pre-announce for everybody here that we're gonna do a Pokemon tournament at AMG this year. So if everybody here is interested to join that one, we're gonna have the registrations released during this month after our next Smash Bros tournament. Hopefully people will join, and it's gonna be the next local major for everybody to play and enjoy the convention as well, right? I can't wait to see what kind of bullshit you guys bring.
To see it live as well. So, in-person tournaments very different from online tournaments, of course. You can do
Yeah.
like calculations on online tournaments and things like that. But in physical tournaments, you get to stare into your opponent's soul as you click fake out into their ghost type Pokemon.
Yeah, and then they'll be right there to see when you get Fissure or Code.
Yeah,
And also,
or
like, you have the whole crowd looking at you, like wondering why are you guys playing playing Pokemon the video game and not the card game? And they're
Yeah,
like
like
thinking,
we're
can
the
I?
weird
And
ones
they'll be
here.
wondering, can I scalp your Nintendo Switch? And then they realize they can't.
Yeah, we're the weirdos here, man. What? Who plays the video game?
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to have like more eyes onto the video game side coming into Animagaki. Like I do think that historically people who likes ACG stuff also likes Pokemon stuff. So it'll be like nice to see. Oh my god, my Charizard can actually can actually do like a lot of damage, and then people realize
Please
that
MB be different.
so people then people later realize actually the people who compete actually hates Charizard.
At this current point in time, yeah. Like get that shit out of here. Kill it now.
I mean, hey, Aerodactyl is popular for a reason.
Alright, so for those of you on the stream are wondering why the heck we're just yapping away, we're trying to stall so that we can properly congratulate who wins, even though it's already pretty much for sure.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one more game to wrap up, but I believe, top
Luckily, most of
five.
it is ahead of schedule from what I put, like just in case from 4:30 it's until 9. It's like 8:13 right now. It's like pretty good time. I think only my set with Kiz was like super fucking long.
Holy switching and matcha gotching.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just keep
but I
trying.
do think that in Animagaki things would probably go on more smoothly, and I do hope that we get to see more, like we get to have like more games. Of course, if Jamie you are KL, then okay lah, you can help out. Otherwise, I do have other people who can help out Oscar together during the day itself.
Yeah,
It
we're
will be
looking for
tricky,
people
let's
who want to play and also don't mind just contributing a little bit here and there, like helping things go smoother. We don't
And
have,
also like for those who wants to like just a little promotion of Animagaki, if you like cosplayers, there is a there are some well-known cosplayers who are gonna booth there. So probably you want to compete in a Pokemon tournament while also see those cosplayers. Who knows?
absolute cinema, bro. We go there, we get to see some good shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's about it, I think. We'll probably just announce it formally, since it seems like it's gonna take at least another 10 minutes. It feels like it. But we'll be off from here on. Again, thank you everybody for joining Champions on the Rise Lv.MAX by Offstage Malaysia. This is Sunny, as well as Jamie, as my commentators of the day.
Thanks for
yeah.
having us, and we'll see if we have any time to compete or just cast the game in the future. But yeah, great to be here.
Next time I'll let you guys play and then I'll commentate, okay?
You do not want to see me play.
I
I
can't
am
handle
so
stream
rusty.
and play at the same time. I keep getting distracted. I keep like, wait, what was the speed tier again? Wait, did he protect Legends now? For real, it kind of hurt a few times. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah. Anyways, I'm washed, so if I do ever take part in these tournaments, I look forward to all of you crushing me in battle. Mega Crab. Hey, no, that's only for Trick Room Gengar stuff. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming and joining the stream, and congratulations to the winners, and good job to all the players today. And hope to catch you next time.
One last message from both of you guys, if you still have anything to say.
Justice for Mega Crab.
I wish Shuckles in the game so I can get the title Shuckle Professor.
If only, eventually.
I would thank my Emma just to get the title.
Alright, it seems like our players have finished. It seems like it. It feels like Junpei won that one. Okay lah. Anyways, we're gonna conclude that one. We're gonna do a formal post for who wins. Anyway, guys, we'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.